Test, test. Ah, there we go. That should be good now. Sorry about that. All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, welcome. We got a lot to talk about. So yesterday, SPY was in a downtrend, and it was in a downtrend Wednesday as well. So we're going to see two down Wednesday, two down Thursday, and today closer to two down. So anyone that bought yesterday, they might have an issue. And if that includes you, I would just say don't hold on to a loser. You can always get back in. Below Thursday's lows, though, we'd be continuing the downtrend, and we'd have all these targets to take out on the left. And the target would be to become outside weak, because you can see any time below last week's highs, potentially outside weak. So if we have a down day, it's trying to do that and become a 3. After that, I wouldn't be sure, but 748.22, that'd be the ideal scenario below 751.47. Now, if we go to the Qs, the same thing's true, and you can see anyone that bought Qs yesterday into the downtrend, they did not get what they wanted at all. They wanted it to gap up or stay up, and it's now gapping below those lows, 732.62. So either it's gap down by, or we're going to get that 2 or that continuation back through here, dropping another 8 points on the Qs. So that's worth knowing about. Dow Jones, you can see, did not gap down. It's opening flat. And IWM is opening 3-1 right in the middle. And it's still, you're going to see this. Or actually, no, it actually is a 2 up on the month. So it's going to be opening right in the middle, but it's 2 up week, 2 up month. So the question then becomes is where do we want to be given that the market's doing this? And the answer is pretty simple. When the whole market gaps down, you want to be where the losers are at. So anyone that was long yesterday, they're in a losing position on any of this stuff that you're going to see getting lower this morning, which is going to be a lot of tech names. And then wherever those buyers are getting what they want, those would be your gaps up. So let's take a look first at the gaps up, and then second at the gaps down. We're going to start right up at the top. Here it is, STI. So STI, we'd call this a shenaniganer. It's been a lot higher. It's also, wow. Yeah, it's been a lot higher. Now, if we go in here, barely green on the year. Barely green on the quarter here, but it is getting greener, right? They're up 200%. So in the shenaniganers, STI, that could be something maybe that's interesting this morning. If we go to Titan, Service Titan, gapping up on earnings. Wow, 34% surprise. That's pretty good. And if we look at Service Titan, it has been higher. So look at this on the quarter. See how it's reclaiming this? When you're going back through a previous range like this and you gap up, that's what we prefer, right? If we're going to get a gap up that continues to follow through, we want to go through a range like this where anytime it's above 80, we can target up into 130. So worth knowing about. We will opening at short-term exhaustion risk on the day. So we'll see if that stays up there. But on the gaps, we'll have Service Titan there, which is worth knowing about today. And into the future. The gaps are not just a day one watch. You can watch them for months. They just have to keep moving. COO. Interesting one in the healthcare. You're going to see 2 month. And look at this. Slightly lower lows start come back into the range. So it's been higher. And that's something we look for. Now if we look to the day, they're opening kind of right in the middle of all this. But they're nowhere near coming back. So that's worth knowing about. I'm not sure how those options are, but we'll see. ASTC, this is another shenaniganer. You can see we have 2 days as 3, 1, and then still a 1 right in the middle of this. Now, if we look here, it's still inside week. So maybe it'll be more interesting next week, but this inside day with the 3, that's something we look for, especially when they're moving. You can see 40 to 26% a day. That's pretty good. Looks like Unity is gapping up very slightly, but really that's about it. So there is some few gaps up. Now on the downside of the things, we'll see where the bigger gaps down are. Lulu on earnings, big old gap to the downside, and you'll see their earnings are still decent, but they're gapping down. And ever since we shorted those white girl stocks, if you remember that back in the day, that was last year, they have been just getting destroyed, which is fun. GWRE gapping down. And you'll see this is also potentially back through previous range. If they're going to keep on puking on the gap, that's something we look for, because that could have another 16% to go if they're willing to sell it down this morning. NVTS is another example of that. So you can see we get the gapper downer, reclaiming all this stuff. So back through previous range, we have all this stuff to take out if they want to keep on selling it down. In DocuSign, and I don't want to waste too much time, so I want to make sure we get through this real quick. It all just has to do with where the gaps are opening up, because we want to see, ideally, going back through a previous range, and if not, yeah, like MU, for example, look at that. So that one gaps down, but if it's going to get really bad, it's going outside weak, right? 2 going 3 to 8, 20, 30. So that becomes, pretty interesting. That's for sure. All right. ASML, ooh, that one could be pretty bad. So you can see anyone buying straight up into all-time highs, if this takes out yesterday's lows, all of those buyers become a loser. So this is one of those kicking patterns, something that we'd want to know about in the chip sector, kicking. So that's definitely going to be going on the list. I'm just going to keep going. We just got a few more names to rip through here. RMBS, it's closer to the 2 down day. Did go outside weak. Powers bought that one in here. It's a pretty nice one. It could reclaim this range and come back through it. A-Lab has the inside day. So I'd be closer to inside day down, taking all this stuff out. Or maybe it just goes RevStrat back up. We'll have to see. LRCX, that's opening as a 2 down after an outside week. So that thing's going to go where? Right back into here in LRCX. So a lot of those chips, they look like they're going to triangle they out. Right, that's a good $20 that you can work with there in LRCX to the downside. So that kind of gives us the gist this morning. And wow, if I keep going, there's a lot more gaps we could be looking at. Goodness. SMCI, Dell. It's gonna be a really fun trading day. Now, that being said, one of the major problems traders will have is in the morning, they will blow their load too soon, so to speak. You'll get in there, you'll trade the first 20 minutes of the day, and then you're done because you took too many losses, or maybe you made one winning trade and you're like, that's good. That's all I wanted. What I would say on a day like today is you want to if you're going to play at the open, you want to play where there's losers. So when we look to Qs, anyone that bought yesterday, loser. So if the day is red, it should drop really fast and quick because everyone's getting out right at the open. And imagine, if you're holding a call from yesterday, how do you feel right now? You feel like you want to sell at the open, right? And that should teach you something. You don't have to worry too much about losing the money. You're always going to have a losing position at some point. But it should teach you something. When you see that on the chart, everyone wants to sell right at the open. That's one of the things you can think about. Now, does that guarantee everyone sells? No. Because you could have someone come in here like Goldman Sachs and be like, yeah, I want to buy 1 billion shares of QQQ or something, right? And that would cause prices to go up. So what we want to think is just, yesterday, what did everyone do? Today, who's in a losing position? Qs would be one of those guys. SPY would be one of those guys. And then if we go to ASML, that would almost definitely be one of those guys. And it's a $1,600 stock. So if they're going to dump $1,600 stock, it could dump fast and hard, right? You got a lot of dollars to come back through. That could be a really good Lotto Friday candidate this morning. So that's kind of the gist. Where are the losers at? And we call this gap dissemination. I have more live streams where we've done gap dissemination. So AAOI, yeah, maybe it does. It's inside day. So you can see if you're long AAOI yesterday, you can just stay long, right? It's nowhere near taking you out down here. And that means if anything's going to recover, it would be closer to doing that, right? Closer to up. But to round it off here, we got about 9 minutes. Gap dissemination, we want to identify where are they buying the dip and where are they not selling at all, right? Where are those gaps up? That's where they would not be selling, or at least to start the day, they would not be selling. And that would be your service titan. So we'll see on that gap up what they would like to do. They're going to have long green bars in there on the week, the month, quarter, 2 going 3. You got all the good stuff we look for. And then COO, we have that gapping up. So we'll see what they can do with that this morning. And then gapping down, we have those chips. So I'll keep that right here for now. Why is Zcash down? Broadening formation, boom. Still puking this morning. I'm still under the impression that, let's see it. Yeah, I mean, pukes a little bit. XAGUST. This is what I think is going to happen. I think silver is going to go bang, stop everyone out, and then rocket back to the upside. That's what I think. If we go to gold, that one's also still a little weaker, but just kind of sitting there. Go over my tickers and mod charts? Sure. APLD. Yeah, so in mod charts, Sarah's got APLD. It is a 3-2-2 down on the week, which gives it a target of 35.68. Or if it goes 2-2 back up today above 44.80, then get a go back up in here for an outside week. For now, though, it's going to be closer to a continuation down. ASTS. Slight gap down this morning. Similarly, you can see 2-2 week down. So that'd be closer to continuation day, continuation of that 2-2 week, or maybe gap down by. Oklo, you got a triangle in here to work with. Triangle up, triangle down, boom, stop them out. And you can see while whole market's down, Oklo is flat. So are they selling Oklo this morning? No. So if anyone that shorted Oklo, here or in here yesterday, if that goes and takes out 66, 57, yeah, you'd blow out those shorts. And that tells you want to look at not just Oklo, but you want to look at that whole sector and take a look and see. So Oklo's and uraniums, it might take a minute for that to load, but we'll pull that out in a sec. So if you're clicking on this video, I'm probably going to be, let me think. I don't know. I'll probably end up trimming down, but maybe we'll make clips from today's stream, just because I imagine it's going to be a couple hours long. So CCJ, let's take a look. CCJ, yeah, it's a little closer to that as well. Same with uraniums. You can see it's close to 2 down as well, though. So we'll have to see. Microsoft bearish inside day down. I also like that. Below 426.41. The crazy thing is short. Whole market cap's down, opens inside day. It's like, what? How'd that happen? I wonder why. Yeah, you know what, Jason? I got through it all and I forgot to hit record. So we'll talk. I would let me think. I don't want to do it on the public stream for the new one. But how about this? I'll send you a screenshot and you'll probably already understand it. You're a smart guy. That's brutal. Yeah. Look at this. It's a whole new section I'm working on. All right, we got about 5 minutes to open. Before the open, I would like to make sure we are all loaded up. My personal favorite this morning is definitely ASML. Sarah said if we hit 100 likes on the vid, then we will give out a free month of the premium streams, which we go live like 5 or more times a week, like for multiple hours a day. In fact, every single person that we've talked to has told us to stop doing that because we're giving way too much away, which is hilarious. So if you want to get in there, are you really sure if you tried a long, a short setup or vice? Are you really sure? That'd be funny. Yeah, well, let me show you this. It's going to take a second to load, but you see. Because not only does it give you all the things to trade, it actually tracks all the winners for you, so which is even cooler. All right, we got 2 minutes here. Maybe we'll keep it a little shorter today on the list here. I'll keep Microsoft up for Sarah's sake. And then we'll have the gappers Titan. And did I remember it? COO. Yep, I remembered it. Good. COO is only gapping a little bit, but we'll see. LOY is gapping over year-to-day high, push all-time high open. Let's see. LOY. Yeah, so whoever bought yesterday in LOY, they get what they want. Gaps it up. Is you offering a gift to everyone? I think probably. I would like the gap down buy in Marvell more than MU, just because it's not as overvalued if they're doing the same thing. We'll see. Oh, ew, why is it the different color? Uh-oh. Well, we might just have to live with it for today. We'll just leave the indexes as a different color. How about that? Maybe we'll get STI on there. We'll show you some shenanigans. You have automated the eyes and more keyboards? Yeah, technically. But so this is just an example of one that I ripped up. So here. So this is the signals page. And by the way, I'm talking to people in premium. And then here's the setups page. These are all the new setups that populate for you at the open. There it is. Here's the market open. So we want to see, are they selling the gaps down or are they going to buy the dip? SPY would become a 2 down below yesterday's lows as a trigger level if they're going to see, or if we're going to see them sell. Dow Jones became a 2 up. STI and the gappers becomes 2 up, and gap up sell on STI. It's a shenaniganer, so could you get a big outside day there and drop 20 points? We probably could. And if you want to trade the SPY puker or the Q's outside weaker, you can look at those SPX puts right below yesterday's lows on SPY. I'd probably go like 15 bucks out of the money, maybe 20. Starting the day, you got slight gap up in red and Dow Jones, so there is some selling on Dow in the gap up. IWM is inside bar to start off, so anyone that long yesterday in IWM, they could stay long. However, it's red, so it could become 2 down. That is very possible. So ASML stays inside, Marvell stays inside for now. STI goes red green, so anyone shorting in the morning changes what they're doing there. MU is gap down buy to start off the morning. Micron. And if it gap down buys, outside day is at 10:35. It's trading at 9:58. While the market stays firm, Microsoft's closer to taking the day inside down. We call it gap dissemination. So like we said before, you don't have to be the guy that goes in there right at the open and goes crazy. Now, at the open, you probably will get the better prices on things that are going outside day, right? Just because of how that works. But we have the least amount of evidence at the open. Because right now, what we can say is like, Q's is trending down, but it's green. It's like, well, is it staying green? Or is this just like, you know, the last piece of the order from yesterday they're trying to fill? I'm not sure. Q's and SPY, they're going to look similar. SPY is inside day, slightly green. Service Titan is gap up and to start the day, gap up sell. We got second 3 minute of the day opening up. Two reversal T10 on the second 3 minute of the day. On the gappers, COO is green on the gap up, so seeing some buying on the gap up. So for now, it's okay to be a little patient here. Now, what we'd want to see is slight triangle out indexes like SPY here, and then short from the morning highs to go 2 3 minute down, or to go 3 into yesterday's lows, and give us that puker that we would love to see. Because we want to take people out. That's what I do. Give us an outside week. That is exactly what we want today. But it needs to go up first, so then we can hit it on the way back down and take someone's stop out at low a day, whoever's trying to buy the dip, if we're going to do it. T10 on the 2 3 minute, you can see it instantly drops a point. So now potentially, here it is gap up and sell. So we have a gap fill target right around here, 78.43, 76.81. But below that, you get outside day. And you also get this broadening formation down into 741 to target. So T10, gap up and sell to start off the morning. So whoever bought yesterday got what they wanted, but now they might have to get out of what they wanted here, which is something we look for. They do not have 0DT options or weekly options there, FYI. SPX, they're still bringing them back in. 2 going 3 minutes, setting up to go 2 3 minute back down and trigger yesterday's lows. Let's see. ASL is also closer to the 3 minute to cause yesterday's lows to break. So SPY 2 minute, that's trying to take out the morning lows now, which would cause, potentially some buyers to exit, and then yesterday's buyers to exit. Yeah, inside 3 minute down MU to potentially go outside weak, and we're still very early to the day, so I don't want to say anything too not specific, but too indiscriminately. So it's up to you if you're trading this stuff. Just remember, a 3 minute signal lasts 3 minutes. Either it works or it does not work. But I like what I see. Right there, ASML, low of day. Green to red. You see MU off the inside 3 minute, trying to make low of day, and then we don't know. What we do know is we're closer to that day down in ASML, already a day down in MU, closer to the day down in SPY. Qs is already red. So you can see anytime the day is red, it shows you the seller is hitting the bid, and then whoever bought yesterday might start doing that with them. And if they don't start doing it, then things just recover off a 3 minute basis. They just go slightly down, slightly back up. But we want to see them hit the lows. Q's low of day. If we go to Service Titan, 222 5 minute, just like what SPY did, 222 3 minute. You got a 5 minute setting up in Service Titan after gap filling a bit. Lulu down 9%. Gap down by Lulu. Their earnings weren't that bad. So while the whole market's puking, hitting the morning low, Lulu morning highs, right? So what does that show you? They're buying Lulu, they're selling this stuff. And Lulu gap down. So if we look at this, go on a weekly basis, they've been selling Lulu forever. So on the gap down, they might be done selling, right? That might be it for them. So see if Lulu can get that 2-2 back up on the tenors. You might be able to hit that if they're still buying it. So SPX SPY, we get new low day right here, 75.28. SPY, you got new low day right here as well, 751.47. And notice how that 2-2-3 minute, like we said, what's it going to do? It's going to cause yesterday's lows to break. So anyone long SPY yesterday, well, take you out. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to stay in there, or are you going to start getting out? Because they're getting out of Qs a little bit. And if they don't do anything, right, they could reclaim this and we can go outside day. So we got to stay down there if that's going to be bearish. You see ASML, not weak to take yesterday's lows out in the chips there. MU still mother bar slightly. We are still inside 3 minutes, so it's not like those have reversed back up. They're still technically in a downtrend. Dow Jones on the gap up sell. Looks like they gave you a nice outside 60 there. And IWM, they're still hitting the lows. So you can see anyone long IWM yesterday, they are at risk of getting taken out if this takes out yesterday's lows at 286.66. SPY and Q's already doing it. Dow is a gap up sell, so they're selling everything to start the morning off. The only question is, how much do they have to sell? Do they have a little bit, or do they have a lot of bit? Oscar don't care that the market's down. Yep, 2 to the upside on the day. Boom. Buyers take the offer. Outside week to the upside still. Then the monthly broadening formation breakout. They're going to be able to get above that stuff at 26. ASML might make another low a day here as momentum. We're looking at 3-minute charts over here, if you didn't know. Microsoft about to go inside day down. So Microsoft inside day down, that's a 2 going 3 week to the downside as well. So you got magnitude to go a bit further there. If that kicks in, that would be going down to 409.39, and you have the whole market going down. No reason to believe that shouldn't work. SPY is making low of day. So you can see on the 223 minute, boom, 2, 2, 2, puker, dead, done. MUs, they're still not willing to sell MU below the morning lows. So while the SPY is just low day, low day, low day, with Q's low of day, with IWM low day, they're not doing an MU, right? So we can disseminate that a little bit. It's close to taking it out there, so it looks like it just did. If we go to ASML, 1-3 outside 3 minutes. So someone tried to buy the dip, and they just got ran over by a seller. So let's see if that goes 1-3-2. My SPX put options are up 65% off the 222 3 minute. The 222 shotgun. Boom. Down they go. There's a chance they take it down a little bit. Yeah, duh. We shorted it. Puke. Give us outside week SPY for 748.21. That's where she be going. After that, not too certain. 748.21. See, MU takes out the morning lows, so now anyone long MU in the morning or trying to buy the dip, they got taken out. If you go to MU, where's that going? 820.3, right? That's not looking too hot. Now, it just made a new low day, so it's got to stay below that. But 820.3, that's 100 points lower. Tesla target hit. Let's see it. You got some slight profit taker SPY if you're going to reduce or defend. Oh, damn, Sarah. What the heck? I totally forgot about the Tesla inside day pivot machine gun. That was something I was looking at this morning. I woke up. I was like, Yeah, that'll probably be a good one. And it was opening flat. I was like, perfect. Ah, that's sad to miss. You got all these pivots in Tesla to take out. Look at that. Short 417, boom. Cover 412.9 or defend. That's amazing. I got the SPX put. That's more fun, isn't it? SPX put, boom, 108%. Nice. Right on the 222 3-minute. And notice, this is what we're going to talk a little bit about today. Notice when we hit the bid there and we're like, hey, SPX puts out of the money, it never comes back. It just goes boom, gone. Boom, gone. Never comes back. And that's a really important thing that we're going to discuss. It goes 2, 2, 2, 2, and just keeps going. And if you've never traded the strat properly, you normally don't get that to happen. But like we said this morning, anyone long yesterday is a loser, and they might have to get out of that. What are they going to do at the open? They're going to sell. So we premeditated the murder of everyone that bought yesterday, and we got them. We got them, boys. Now it's up to you how you're going to defend that position. If you're going to reduce it, if you're going to hold it, if you're going to leg into a spread, if you're just going to wait for the magnitude, which is what I'm doing. And if we hit that magnitude, that should be like $1,000 this morning, and I'm good with that. That'd be a fun one. What comes with premium? You get us. That's who you get. You get us. You spend 10 minutes talking with us, we can give you your trade plan, and you can get to work. We can see Qs this morning. If we go to the 3-minute on Qs, look at that. Inside 3-minute, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Right here, 725.95. That's where it's going, that outside week that we talked, or actually slightly lower than that, my bad. But it's going for that outside week, just like everything else we talked about. Right there, 724.16, since outside bars exist. Take it out. Tesla, look at that. Man, I'm a little upset that I forgot to check my list from yesterday. And just to prove to you, it's hilarious. Everything on my list was a short setup, or a long setup, I mean. Everything on the list, like these are all long setup, and then Tesla short, inside day down. Right, all these guys, all these targets, and that's exactly what it did this morning. Puke spot, puke. Look at ASML. They're still fighting to hang on those fuckers in there. Come on. So we can say, right, while the whole market's puking down, ASML, there was a seller in there. They're not really willing to sell that much of it. And if you're like, Alex, I missed it on the indexes, what you'd want to see is you'd want to see it poke up a little bit and maybe get another 2-2 reversal, 3-minute or something back down. From what it looks like everyone's just going to, get out right at the open, take them out, and then we might get the rally, which could be timed maybe on the second 30 of the day. If not, we get big puker all day, and then that would be really rough, really rough. You can see MU after taking out those morning lows, and long in the morning, they're gone. It's interesting, right? We still see Qs hitting the lows. So it's like Marvell's low of day. MU's pretty much at lows. NVIDIA is at the lows. AMD. Oh, yeah. AMD's at the lows. QCOM inside day down. Yep. Rocket Lab closer to taking the day down. This could be a really, really rough session. Oh, my goodness. It could be really rough. Mostly because all these leaders, right? When you have outside bar, that shows you is aggression. Buyers and sellers. Now, depending on if those buyers have more to buy, we take out yesterday's lows in something like Rocket Lab or IWM right here. IWM 286.80 or 286.66 IWM. That is a reversal to the downside below 286.66. If they're going to keep puking it today, that's something to know about because IWM's taking last week's lows as well, so it has to be weaker than the other indexes already. Anyone that bought yesterday IWM, they have issues. 286.66. Microsoft at this point, although it took yesterday's lows, it is not in force. So for now, Microsoft ticks down, but you can see whoever was selling and hitting the bid, they sold below the lows. That might have been all they had to sell. We'll have to see. But SPY, low of day. Anyone long yesterday, they got to get out. Losers got to get out. ASML's popping up still, very slightly, so it could be trying out. While the market's puking, they're popping up, though. So what that shows you, ASML has to be stronger than the rest of the market at this point. It's not going down. Tis not. So if that's going to be bearish, you'd reclaim this at 1687 and then take out low a day and then wipe out everyone. That's what we'd want to see if they're going to take out yesterday's lows and get a puking. IWM is right at yesterday's lows still, inside fiver. SPY and Qs, if you are tracking it, they're still just twos down. ASML still twos up on the oneer, so you can see they're still taking the offer here while the market's weak. But it's very much an inside day. We want things taking yesterday's highs ideally if we're going to buy them. New 3 minutes open. We got 8 minutes until the new 30s, second 30s of the day open up. ASML, they're still buying that while the market's weak. Microsoft, low of day gets taken out. So anyone that was trying to buy Microsoft, they just got taken out. See if that's going to cause it to at least take out 424.25, which is a daily target or daily magnitude of what price discovery is trying to do. Make the new lows. Hope it goes green for a moment. What? What made me go to the 3 minute? At the open, volatility increases, so time frame must decrease. Or you trade the daily. Right here, 3 minute reversal SPY, that's where you defend. Reduce, exit, defend. You have to do something. The only thing we could say you have to do is you have to move stop towards price, either in profit or at your entry. Now, if it's going to go outside weak, which we expect it to, what we'd want to see is slight higher high, 1 penny higher on the 3 minute, and then 2 back down, if they're going to do that. Now, when we look at ASML, while the market firms up very briefly on 3 minute here, that's where the buyers are at, right? They're buying the dip in ASML. And they're willing to sell that one down. So you can see, boom, explosion. Now they're taking the shorts out here. You can see SPY, slight penny up, starts coming back. That's what we want to see. If we're going to go 3-2, take last lows out. But at the open, notice, open your 60-minute chart and then open your daily chart. They're going to be the same thing right now. So what that shows you is you have less evidence at the open. The opens are the same on the 60 and the day, which means where are you going to get reversals and signals? Not on the 60-minute. It's the same thing as the daily. You're going to get it on the second 3 minute of the day, the second 5 minute of the day, the second 10 minute of the day, the second 15 of the day, second 30 of the day. So you have to trade the 5, 15, 3 minute, 30 minute. So we look at SPY right now. It's like 2 down, 2 down. There's no reversal signals here. It's just continuation. So we can't trade the 15 minute. There's no reversal signal. You'd have to trade, the 3 minute. Same place we've seen reversals today. If you're going to buy the dip in chips, right? ASML is showing us they're willing to do that. And that tells you can be MU off the inside fiver above that, 934.87. If they're going to blow shorts out, maybe above that. Now, if we're just going to go slight triangle layout and then back into the outside weeks on indexes, not too certain these are going to firm up right away. So I'm going to hold off on trying to buy the dip there until we get some 30/60s. Then we'll talk more about that. Utilities are taking yesterday's highs. AEP, SO, Duck. There's all 222 days. All day in utilities to try and give us outside weeks to the upside in something like Duck, for example. Right here. Duck is trying to go to 125.95. I wonder what the 124 calls are trading at. And the thing with utilities you'd have to understand is if tech and semis all firms up, these probably don't stay strong. So we'll see. But you have them buying all the utilities this morning, which is a defensive posturing. But that shows it's not market crash, right? They're not selling everything. They're buying utilities. They're buying some staples. So it's not market crash, just slight rotation. Affirm's an interesting one, kind of like Tesla this morning. Yeah, all these pivots lined up down into 62.83. You can see MU, they tick up, but then boom, TheStrat, they're still selling MU, so they're still having some issues there. Qs and SPY, notice 3-minute corrective activity. At this point, if we're going outside week, which we expect, this buyer is likely too early, so we call it corrective activity. Affirm retriggers the daily inside day down. ASML, you can see they start coming back. So whoever's buying ASML, if we can go inside 5-minute down or some type of signal down against them, that might be interesting, because if we take them out, we take yesterday's lows out, that turns into a big problem for them. Below, let's see. Oops. Right here. This inside fiver ASML, yeah, that. It's also 223-minute, but here it is, SPY and Qs, corrective activity. Boom, whammo. That daily seller's still there. That weekly seller's still there. Monthly seller's still there. This is all full time frame continuity down. Gone. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to put my stop right at last week's lows. Are ya? Corrective activity. Thanks. Affirm is below yesterday's lows at this point. TOS has the worst feed ever right now. It's a shame. IDM has taken out its last nearby pivot at 286.27. And nearby targets, they're the ones that are likely to get taken out. After that, we don't know, because price is more likely to move 1 penny than it is to move $10, which is also why you haven't heard me say risk reward at all, because that doesn't exist. So when we look here, now the question is IWM. Everyone that is long in this range, right? We're taking out the lows of that range. Are they going to get out or what? Microsoft inside day down, coming into its magnitude at 424.25, and then ideally we see it go further. Qs 325er, that's exactly what you want to see. Take out 424.15, 1 penny below that, please. That's what we're going to look for. And then MU on the TheStrat, gone, right? Wipes them out. So you can see the buyers tried to buy that up, but when it goes red on that fiver, there's your 3. Outside bars exist. So give us outside weeks indexes. We know you guys are doing that. Come on. Is Qs an outside week now? I don't think so. I think it's still 424.15. Yep, 424.15. Penny below that. Then we can think about if we're going to buy the dip. Because once a 3, always a 3 can't not be. Which also tells you, broadening formations, once you have a 3, you trade the bottom of it like the bottom of the triangle or the bottom of the broadening formation, because that's what it is. ASML, inside fiver down, that could go wipe out. Right? Take out in yesterday's lows. That dropped 20 points if we're correct there. My SPX puts are up 230%. and I'm on, so you can see Qs right there. Boom, target hit. So if you're shorting Qs this morning, there's your target. Now we don't know, because once a broadening formation, always a broadening formation. Unlike, a head and shoulders pattern, which fails, this does not. Broadening formations are true. So when we look here into Qs, we took out all the nearby targets like we said we would this morning. Now we don't know. No idea. Either that seller has more to sell, or that was it. Now, I think SPY, we have more to take out. And I also think we still have like almost the whole market taking yesterday's lows out. It's like, is this a buy if the whole market's taking yesterday's lows? No. So if we shorted it this morning, do you have to cover it right now? No. Right? We can hold on and we can wait for at least the second T of the day if the second 30 is red. If this second 30 is green and coming back into this, that's when you need to defend, because when things happen matters. On the second 30 of the day, if they're still selling, this will be red. So we need that red if they're going to keep on puking on. If we go to Affirm, they're red there. SPY, they're red there. Or yeah, IWM is red there. So they're still selling some small caps. Microsoft hits its daily magnitude. But we just have to understand where we're at, and when it happens matters. Right? When we're looking at this, there it is. So I covered some of my SPX put just above the weekly target. I'm okay with doing that just because I was up like just under 300%. I'm pretty good with that. Oh, it actually didn't fill. All right. Well, I guess I'll cover it at the target. It's better to cover options when you're going into targets if you're going to do it. So it's not loading. Maybe it did cover. Maybe it's tripping me out. What's going on here? That's really weird. Something happened to the puts where the price of the puts went up when SPY made a new low day. So I'm not sure what happened there, which is interesting. But you can see right on the 30 change here, SPY hits it to the penny, 748.22. There's your target. And now the second 30 of the day. Why does that matter? It matters because over 70%, now it's probably 80% or more of trading is done by algorithms and AI. They have to be told when to execute the trade. The second 30 of the day, when it's green, they're being told to buy, take the offer, and do it on the second 30 of the day after hitting last week's lows. So you want to look at the things like ASML taking the morning highs out. You would like to look at that if you're going to try and buy the dip. But right here, notice how all the 30s are green. Those algorithms were told, buy, take the offer, and whatever you were doing before, whatever selling was going on, we're going to turn that off. Now, this doesn't guarantee the market's recovering because they're still two down, still downtrending, but the buyers are more aggressive in the downtrend on the second 30 of the day. Microsoft, I'm up 28% on my puts here and just going low of days still while the market recovers, so I get to hold on to that because it's a winning position. I don't have to close it. If I look at Affirm, it's still yesterday's low, so I'm going to give it just a little bit. But it's crazy. They must have done something with those options when they covered some of that. So I was actually only able to. That's so weird. It was up like 200 something %, and then there must have been a lot of volume that went through and filled on those, like someone was buying them or something, or selling them. I mean, really weird. Did you see that too, Amu? I know you were trading your SPX. It doubled in 5 minutes. Nuts. Bear trap? What's that? What's a bear trap? That's a 2230 back up. Boom. So you can see anyone shorting this, they have to get out. But if you're shorting SPY and Qs, we're not taking out the morning highs. You don't have to get out. And this is part of gap dissemination. So we'll take a quick look. right here. But AAOI, yeah, definitely. Take a quick look here. Make sure this is accurate first. So right now, SPY and Qs, they're still flat. If it were to go back red on the 30s, right, they have more puking to do. So if it flips bad, they have more puking to do. We still want to know about that. Now, as far as where it's going, if it flips red, we really don't have much more targets to go after. We just know if the seller's aggressive, it can go a lot further since everything's red, the month, weekday, and 60 groups. So I'm going to hold on to my Microsoft and see if a firm can start kicking in. Let's see if this is true or not. Yeah, Marriott. All right, so if you want to see what they're buying, here it is. This is what I'm scared to show you guys. I know everyone likes to copy what we do, so it's fine. Screw it. We'll pop it out. So these are the daily buy list names that went in force yesterday. You can see these are all things that are following through today. So when we look in there, Mar, which is Marriott Hotels, J&J Healthcare's, MO, Staples, Progressive, Insurance and Financial Company. A lot of nobodies. You got utility company, GD, which is in your defense sector. But you keep going down the list. SO, utility company, Duck, utility company, the Dollar, Union Pacific, Progressive, 3-2 reversal. So when we look in here, it's like a lot of utilities, a lot of insurers, and this is more defensive posturing, which again shows you it's not a market crash. So eventually we will recover today. It's not a market crash. But they are selling most things and rotating into boring stuff. Microsoft, puker. Give us puker, Microsoft. Puke. Yeah, inside 3-minute SPY right at low day. We want to see that break down and make another low day and take out the target by 1 penny. That's what we're supposed to do. Is price is designed to take out both sides of a range, not just go equal lows. Definitely caught Microsoft. Cheers, Alex. Good. Good stuff. What about a firm, right? We want to see a firm. Puke. Right there. Inside 3-minute down. Give us a low day SPY. Qs, 222, 3-minute. That's a momentum signal. Give us another low. I think it's firming up. My stop's 1 penny below my low a day. Lulu's working. Let's see. Lulu. Inside 15, inside 30. So it's going to chop shop. Chop them up. AAOI, still the place. If you're going to be a buyer, that's where you'd want to be looking. Good mention in the chat. And you can see right here, 3, 1, 1, 3. So what would we prefer? We'd prefer a triangle layout below 195 and then go for it. Or a 3-2-1er explosion off of that. MU 3225er recovers a little bit there. If we go to Marvell, outside 15. So it's going inside day, which we're aware of. By the way, SPY and Qs, so they went down, but they start coming back. That's interesting to see because we should have just seen it rip through the lows. So that shows you potentially that seller might be done selling. That might be the last part of the selling they had. So I don't want to say bottom call for the morning session, but I would say that, hey, like that could cause the bottom if they're going to do it on the second 30 of the day. Now, if you want to play it safer, I'd be looking at things that are going up. I'd rather buy things taking yesterday's highs out because they're actually going up. But we'll see. Still really early in the day, 2 down 30s, trend down is what we say. They have not reversed any of that, but they are a 2 down in green. So it's potentially broadening formation in the tech. And you can see already right here, 225 reversal. This is the first 5-minute reversal Qs after weekly target, 724.16. So they firm up, profit taking from the target. But the chips, man, Marvell, you can see MU, they're going after those guys, that's for sure. They're still selling a firm. Give us all those targets. That'd be really fun. So I'm up about 31% of my Microsoft puts. I'm tempted to reduce a little bit of that. I'd love to see a firm just go ripper puker mode. I got some 64 puts for next week. On streams, I try not to trade too much 0DTE just because they can get away from you if you forget about them. So careful, right? Q's on the 225er from weekly target. It's trying to go back to morning highs, if that's true, right? So that's still trying to happen. It's a 5-minute though. So is that strong enough to reverse a 30-minute group? We'll have to see. I'm tempted to try some NDX calls just because they're kind of crazy. A little late to it, but NDX, what, 3,200? How much are those trading at? I don't want to go too crazy with them. $16? That's insane. No way, Jose. I'm not touching you. But Q's reconfirms. So Q's firms up from its weekly target, going outside bar. And remember, that's the bottom of a broadening formation, which takes out both sides of a range. So that's a good thing to know about, because where's the other side of the range? All-time highs. That's the other side of the range. So if they're going to reject, yeah, they've been higher. And they bought a little bit, and then the second fiver, they came back to buy some more. So that shows you that buyer might have more to buy, because they did buy more. Microsoft still near the lows. Affirm are coming into target 1 down in here. So it's interesting, right? It's like there is some covering on the Qs, but we still have some names going into the lows. And this is why it's harder to try and say or try and time a dip on the indexes than it is to go after weak things and go after strong things. Just because we can't guarantee indexes have recovered. Because at this point, it's still two down, but they're green. So they are trying, but the reversal occurs at high of day. So are they going to be strong enough to do that is still our major question here. Financials, you can see, are firm. Healthcare's 22215ers, those are firm. So healthcare's and financials are still buying that. There's utilities are firm. So it's still rotation, which means I want to see a bottom today. I want to see the market firm up today, but I can't guarantee that it's right here in the second 30. All I can say is that if it was going to bottom on the second 30, it might look like this. So two up, fiver still, but red on the fiver. So it's conflicted. Red fiver, green 30. I'm just going to hold on my Microsoft and my Affirm for now on the short side of things. IWM, look at that. That one's recovering a good bit more. So we want to pile on evidence. We call it gap dissemination because we want to disseminate what's going on. So they are buying some small caps, and they're doing it from the daily broadening formation. So they went 3-2 down, but they reclaimed. The second we're back above yesterday's lows, I'm covering the puts. I'm down $50 on a $1,000 position. I'm just gonna cover it. Why would I stick around? It didn't work. Now, if it's gonna work later, it would re-break that. But I lost what, $10 a contract. That's fine. It's A-okay with me. You can see AAOI after some triangle day out. They went 3-2-2-2-2 on the oneers, ripping back through here. So we can see on the dip, they're buying specific names, right? They're buying Marvell, they're buying MU, they're buying AAOI, for example. Anything taking the 30 highs, the morning highs out, that's what they're going after. CRDO, similar to AAOI. Yeah, so this is what you look for. 230 on the second 30 of the day. Anyone short in the morning session, they have to get out. But that tells me the market should be recovering, in my opinion. As we stack the evidence here, I'm seeing more and more likely it's going to recover. So you can see Qs, they tried to sell it down. Whoever that seller was, boom, now that seller's underwater. They might be wrong. Still on the second 30 of the day, a 2 going 3. And we know that to be true. MU You got the 15er right here, MU, 2215. If that's going to recover, that's how it would do it. And Marvell, you got 3-2 right there, 297.16. Marvell is inside day, so we just got to be careful of the fact it's inside day. But if it's going back to yesterday's highs, a 3-2 is one of the ways it would likely do that with MU simultaneous break. So you can see simultaneous break, Marvell, MU. Affirm after hitting target are seeing slight profit taking occurring inside fiver. So they're not reversing here. They're still twos to the downside. Now, the only thing I would say is if you're looking at Marvell or MU, it's got to stay above that, 297.16. If it goes below that by 1 penny, it could go back to low a day as a broadening formation. So you just got to be very careful when you're trying to play 3-2s, especially if it's inside day. Because when you're inside bar like this, you're more likely to do broadening formations, which take both sides of a range. So you need to change that day to green on Marvell, 299.9, and you need to stay up there, causing anyone short this morning to get blown out of that, and we don't want to see it come back. Second 30 of the day, the algorithms are still taking the offer SPY and Qs, and that's a good thing to know about. When things happen matter. GD and RTX taking yesterday's highs. Let's see it. Yeah, they are. But you can see, so we want losers ideally. GD or RTX, for example, they bought it. They came back to buy more. So yes, you're buying an uptrend. I suggest that. That's a pretty good thing to do. 2 going 3 weeks, so you have a target in there. The only thing is you don't have any losers there. So, right? You go to the monthly. Look at this. Now, if there was going to be losers, where would they be? They'd be above last month's high, 181.55. So, what you'd want to do is use like an inside 15 signal to break that level, 181.55. And maybe that would cause it to get going. The other thing you could look at is the drones ETF. Drones, it's not going up. What about defense sector overall? Defense is, it is taking the morning highs out. It's inside day. So it's not everything. We ideally want everything going. Buying Qs still ripping off the lows. So still firming up. At this point, it's hard for me to say it's for sure, but if you got it anywhere near these lows, it's a pretty good entry if we're going back up into this weekly range. We really like that. And the beautiful thing is I still get to stay short Microsoft and Affirm. I get to stay short and buy the dip. Get both. Apple, let's see. Apple, inside day up. Yep. Anyone short Apple yesterday, not getting what they want. Where's that going? 316.95, one above that in Apple. Now, that does not mean buy high of day. You were supposed to buy this. What you do is you'd scan who's taking yesterday's highs. Apple would show up the first minute of the day. Then you let it triangle out, stopping these guys out. Then inside fiver, and then boom, right there. That's where you'd get it to cause it to do this. But since we didn't do that, we're going to have to hold off on that. Unless you want to take it off a continuation 30, you're right there. You got 10 cents to work with if you're 30 continuation entry. But that'd have a much wider stop. AAOI, look at that. Look at this oneer. And like we said, get a 3-2. 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. Marvell, 3, 2. Boom. Anyone short in the morning at Marvell in a losing position now. Losers. Tell them to get out. I trade the 5-minute. Do I use the 1 hour and day? You use the month, the week, the day, the 60, the 30, and the 5-minute. That's what you use. Why? Because they all matter. Everything's connected. It's like saying, I'm going to go fishing. Should I use a lake, and should I make sure there's seaweed in the lake? It's like, yeah, you should make sure there's the seaweed, the fish, the other types of fish, maybe some other fishermen, some beers on the boat. It's all connected. It's very important. You got to use it all. Because if you trade Marvell 3-2-15er and you don't know that it's inside day, right? You don't know what you're doing. Because once it makes high a day, if it doesn't stay up there, it's coming back through that range and you don't want to stick around. Now, if you go to the week, you could say this week it's really gunning, and that's the only reason you'd look at the 15 to begin with. It's because it's going this week. So it's all connected, very much so. Even when trading a short time frame? Yes. How do you think we traded the 3-minute this morning? What did we do? Go look at the pre-market to this stream. We went to the weekly, we went to the daily, then we went down in the 3-minute. So we had to go to the weekly and daily first. You have to, if you're going to trade small time frames, you got to earn it. And how do you earn it? You earn it by going to the month, then the week, then the day, then the 60, then the 30, then the 15. The only reason you see me with one time frame up here is because I know what's going on. And that's why we can make the money that we're making, right? We're killing it. Short Microsoft, boom, money. Affirm short, boom. You can even add to it right here if you wanted to. 65.14. Short the Qs and SPY in the morning, boom, 200%. Buy the dip at the lows, yep, another 100%. Get. Look at Apple. This is why we don't buy high a day. Yeah, look what Apple did. Inside fiver up. Yeah, we're already late to it. Stop them out now. Now we could buy it because we stopped them out. Whoever bought morning highs, they're like, Apple's going up. It's like, is it? Triangle they out. Now, since they're gone, now you can get back in. Because if they want to buy, and they really want to buy Apple today, they're just going to get back in. After they stopped out, they'll get back in. So once they get stopped out and you buy, they start buying behind you, which is always the goal. Kind of like Qs. You stop out whoever's long last week, and then right when it starts coming back in, the good buyers get back into Qs. Because they're long against last week's lows. Now, still though, what we have to understand about indexes is, and you can see AAOI, nice inside one or down. But what we have to understand is they need to go reversal. When do they need to do it? Because when things occur matters. They need to do it in 8 minutes. And what would it look like? It would look like a 2-2 reversal on the 30-minute. And that would occur if the 30 closed green like this. It might not, because towards the end of the 30, we might see some profit taking of this stuff, which we're already starting to see a little bit. So you can see the new fivers, they went 2-2-2-1 profit taking. What is that doing? Well, it might create a shooter 15, which would change what's going on here. So you'd want to know that. We still have some time. We've got 7 minutes. But we can see Qs. They bought, and now the seller comes back to start selling a little bit more. So the question is, on the second 60-minute of the day, does Qs reconfirm below the morning lows, 2 down, below 723.34? Or, on the second 60-minute of the day, do the buyers come in and take the offer above the high of this 30, whatever it ends up being? Hopefully it ends up being 727.84. So either side is going to matter. And the way that would happen is if they're going back to the morning lows, you'd have a 2-2-15 cause the 2 down 60-minute. If they're going back to the 30s up, you might have like a 2-2-5 or something. So we'll have to see. Now, where are the shorts? Microsoft. Why? Market recovers up and Microsoft didn't. That's a short. They're selling that one even when the indexes went firm with profit taking. If you go to firm, where's the short? Yesterday's lows with an add right here. Like I said, you can add to it. Why? Market's recovering. This one isn't. That's why. Now, if we go to Marvell, it went 3-2 up, took the morning highs out. Anyone short in here, they're gone. Stopped them out. But did it explode? No. So potentially that could go back to the morning lows again, and that would be issues. So when we look at it, we have to be aware everything is going to matter. We got 6 minutes till the new 60s, and they're either going to reconfirm the downtrend, the selling, or they're going to negate the downtrend we've seen. So we want to be prepared both ways. They're going to negate things like Marvell. You got the hammer 60. Things like MU. Maybe you got this 2230. Maybe you have this hammer 60. If they're going to confirm AAOI, or not AAOI, Microsoft, affirm, I'm okay with shorting those. And you can even look at Tesla's in here, right? Tesla, they're still hitting the lows. Look at this inside fiver. Gone. Puker. So you see Marvell, 3 goes up, reclaim. No good. So if we look in here, SPY and Qs, still 2 up in red 15er. So as we come to the end of the second 30s, we saw them buy initially. Now there's the profit taking of the buys, or that seller from the morning is coming back to try and sell more. So we're still seeing that as true right now. Affirm takes out the morning lows off the inside fiver add or continuation. And then Microsoft, new low day again. And like I said, it's like we get to stay short this stuff and try and buy the dip. And if the dip buy doesn't work, we're still short. It's the beauty in the strat is you get to do everything you want because you don't hold the loser. If it doesn't work, just get the heck out of it. If it does work, stick around because things that puke like Tesla, they tend to just keep going. It's like it hits 412. Was that the last target there was there on the daily from last night's post? Yeah. Does it keep dropping to another $6? Yeah. It's like we get to do it all. Here at Affirm, another low day. So as we come to the flip, 3 minutes, you'll have the 2215 SPY Qs. That's something that's going to matter. And you could say this may trigger as something we call a measured move. So SPX, they dropped about 30 points, 38 points in the morning. Wow, right? 38 points down. And if it breaks, we might get another 38 points from the break. Now, we don't have magnitude, but we could say that may occur. So if they're trading 7500, we could see them trading 7470. And if we pull up the multiple time frame analysis, before we do that, I would just say Marvell still reclaiming. So still trying to go back to morning lows with the triangle. But if we pull up multiple time frame analysis, let me take a look. Where is it? I'm missing it. Where did she go? There she is. Might take a second to actually load that. But if we go to US 500 with the futures, this would be the last pivot here. 7495. And what I would like you to see is that this was premeditated a couple days ago, actually. If you understand the stratters. Affirm puker. Puke Affirm. Nice ad you got there. Give me 6283 Affirm. Or 6282, 1 penny below that. I want to show you in here. Where is it? Donde está? Right here. There she is. Either we're done here or we have a bit further to go. Where are we going? 7495. Why? 3 shows you. It really tells you. We're going right there. Why? If we're below 7580. How many shorts did you get? Well, you got this one in here. down, retraces, and then right here at the beginning of the pre-market, boom, right? Down they went. That was pretty neat. Now, does it have to take that out? Technically, no, right? We could just go 1 penny higher than it and then start going the other way. But we want to see that new low because broadening formations exist. What we'd prefer to see is we blow out anyone in this range that's long down into here, and then we go bang right back through. So in the afternoon, like what could we see today if we wanted to say, like, you know, what could SPY do? Either right here on the second 60 of the day, they change what they're doing. Or, what's going on here? It looks like Thinkorswim is delayed. Something's wrong with Thinkorswim. I have no idea, but my SPY chart's delayed. I haven't never seen that happen before. So worth noting if you're on Thinkorswim, might be delayed. AAOI 3225 are right there. 199.65 AAOI. That occurs with full time frame continuity above all O's AAOI. If we go to SPY though, on the second 60 day, this could be it, right? Boom, right there. That's when the flip happens, and the flip is called that because the algorithms were told to sell and hit the bid in here. And then right there, that's when the algorithms are told to either cover or just stop. Right? They're done selling. So not sure what they were doing here, but we go inside 30, we go inside 15, we go inside 60. Don't touch it. The only way you can touch it is if you're going to trade a fiver here and try and nail a low of day like this. It'd be the only way you could go after it. I do with a tighter stop than that. But this would be the only way you can go after it if you're going to try and nail the lows. And I would still much prefer, at least myself, I'd prefer to see on the US 500 futures, take that out. Because that's the broadening formation, and it tends to take it out. Dink, 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 dink. Right, you can see it in here. Really tiny, tiny, bigger, 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 bigger. This is what we would like to see. Something like that. So we'll see. SPY goes inside 60. So you can say the market firms up. Where would you want to be looking? Things taking the morning highs. So if AAOI can take the morning highs out, something like that. What else is taking the highs out? Healthcare's inside 30s up. Healthcare's, yep. Gold and silver. Gold is almost taken out the monthly target from last month's inside signal down. Silver, looks like they took out 2 targets here. Right on the flip SPY, you do have it firming up on the fivers. So that is true. Oh, sorry, I was on mute. But MU closer to 30 up to cause the 60s up, MU. Marvell, although it came back in, firms up. So Marvell could take out the morning highs as a 2260 reversal. And the way you would do that is with a 5 minutes right in here, Marvell, inside fiver. If we go to SPY, 225er, boom, creates a winning position. So now you go dink, tighten the stop up, or you'd use the low of this. Now, when we're looking at this, the thing to understand is we're still inside 60. So Although, yes, it firmed up. We're still consolidation SPY. Things taking out the morning highs would be where the buyers are really at, or things that have a target to take it out. So something like MU, 325er, caused 2230 above 945, which would cause the 2260 above 961.64. That could change things. I'm covering my firm for 41%, just about 300 something bucks. I didn't have the hugest position there. I was using next week's, so I had a little bit more wiggle room to work with. But a firm, I bought it $1.45, sold it $1.96, just under 50 bucks a contract. Not bad. Microsoft, I'm at about 28% gain. It is inside 60. Market has turned up, so it's not a bad time to cover it. I don't have to, though. So if I wanted to, I could just hold it. But who doesn't like a couple thousand in the morning? I mean, I'd like to just leave today a winner. I don't know about you guys. Nice fiver SPY. They came back to buy some more on the 60 flips. Qs, they're buying some more as well. So second fivers of the 60s reconfirmed the reversal to firm it up with the algorithms, buying and taking the offer. You can see Tesla as well. Puke, boom, algorithm just turned off. It's crazy. AAOI, they are trying to take out the morning highs. Energies went 30s up as well. XLE, XOP. So you can see Qs. Did the 60 flip matter? I think so. What about you guys? What do you think? I think it mattered. Is that true? Thinkorswim broke. That's okay. Always have a backup if you're a professional. It's A-okay. You can see while the market's recovering, materials doesn't. So materials, right, might have some triangle issues in here. Now in there, NUE, big strong one, it's not really moving, not budging. ALB, yeah, that's still not too hot. So look at semis, right? Semis closer to that 2230 to take the 60s up. That's worth knowing. And you can see what happened. Buyers buy all-time highs, get blown out in here, but then they start to buy more, and then boom, blows them out again in here. So when you look at semis, slight 1 penny lower low, and then right when the new 60s open, right there. That's when it's going to happen. Isn't that beautiful to know about the second 60 of the day? So now you still got, we're only 8 minutes in, guys. If they're going to buy and try and recover things, we got a lot of time. But it's just a lot of these inside 60s. We need to see more twos, more reversals. Microsoft, closer to 225er to keep selling while the market recovers. Anyone thinking Microsoft's recovering, if they have a stop below the morning lows, they're screwed. Screwed, I tell you. So that's worth, if you already have a winner, you can risk their money. It's like I can just add to it and risk their money. If it doesn't work, I'll just take profit. Nothing wrong with that. They only have 1 minute on the fiver, so I'm going to hold off for just a minute and then see if that kicks in. But if we go to SPY, weird. Oh, I forgot. I keep looking at Thinkorswim thinking it's real time, but yeah, they're having issues. Big issues. Big problemos. Well, since they're having issues, right now we'd still say SPY and Qs. They still have these inside bars. So we're just aware. This is retracement. It's still not a reversal. So is it trying to firm? Is it firmed up? Yes, right? It's no longer going down, but it's also not going up. It's neither. It's consolidation, which means it might fully recover. It might not. We want to trade things that are twos. So things like Microsoft, if that takes out the morning lows, that's a 2. That's something we'd want to know about. If a firm can take the morning lows out, that's something we'd want to know about. Is it'd be a 2. Then if AAOI can take the morning highs out, that's something we don't know about because that'd be a 2. Same goes for all the chips. So we want to decide on the second 60 who's recovering and who's not. Microsoft about to take the morning lows if they're going to keep following through to give us that outside week. And that'd be a 3-2-60 down. And we call it a 3-2 puke. Because when a 3 goes 2, everyone loses. If you can stay below it. 421.70. And what I mean by that is this. If you look in here in the morning, 3 outside bar, and then 1, and then 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Everyone lost. Who lost? Everyone that was buying in this range because it went 3, 1, 2 all the way through here. So we go to the 60, 3, 2. Now the question is that going to be below that 421.70 or not? And I can't tell you for sure either way. What I can tell you is if we are below it, Microsoft still has a ways to go to become an outside week. It would have to go down to 409, right? And it might run out of time. That's a lot of distance to do in one day, but we'll see. Market's recovering, that's not. There's obviously a seller in there that's more aggressive than whoever's selling the rest of this stuff. And one of the things we look for is periods where every time frame is red, which shows you every algorithm is doing the same thing. So when we go in here, you're going to see this morning, and we go to a 1 minute so you can see that it's real-time stuff. They sold in here, triangle layout, and then here, boom, the seller comes back. Then the second 60 opens, they went up a little bit, and then the seller came back again, new low of day. Now that they've made the lows, I don't know. They might have more to sell, they might not. What we want to see is like, zoop, right? Just drop through those lows and take them out. If we go to SPY, we can see since it's consolidating inside 60, inside 30, inside 15, it makes it more likely to reverse. So it reverses up, then it reverses down, and now you can see they've done both ways. They sold it down, they bought it up, and then they sold it down again. So it's pretty messy in here just because of that consolidation. Now it's closer to an inside 15, which could break down and take the morning lows out. Or it'd be inside 15 up, and then we're still nowhere near the morning highs. So you just got to be careful with those consolidations. Again, we want to trade twos. So we want stuff like Tesla. This goes here. Inside 10 or down, what could that do? You'd have a 2, 3, 2, for a matter of fact. Just like Microsoft. Affirm, if that goes 3, 1, 2, 5ers down, you'd have a 2 below that. Now, we still have targets in Affirm, which is why we do that. You might say it's continuation, Alex. It's like, yeah, it's still puking. Puke, Microsoft, puke. Notice how I added risking their money. 2, 2, 5er down, waited a second, then 5er, 2 down, boom. Add risking their money. My stop is here, 422.02. If it keeps puking, I just risked their money and I just made my profits bigger. If it doesn't, I'm just going to cover and I'm already up, hundreds of dollars on Microsoft. It's really not that difficult if you can do it that way. The sound is cracking. Are we good on sound? Let me know. What is a 60 flip? A 60 flip, so what you have to understand is this is true. What percent of algorithmic, or of trading is algorithmic? 70 to 80% of all volume. Every option, every stock, nope, specifically stocks, right? I think options might be slightly less, slightly more, I'm not sure. But every stock, 70 to 80% of every order that goes through, every share, is algorithmic trading autonomously by pre-programmed computers. So what do the pre-programmed computers have to be told to do? They have to be told buy or sell. They have to be told what asset to buy or sell. And they have to be told when to execute the trade. They also have to be told how aggressively to buy or sell. But you can just think the algorithms have to be told what to trade and when to do it. So what were they told to do in Microsoft today? Sell, hit the bid, do it below 428.34. That's why the day's red. Algorithms were told to sell and hit the bid. And they were told to continue doing that the second hour of trading on Friday because they're still doing that. Now it's got to stay there, right? If it starts coming back and it's green, that might be all they had. But that's what they were to do. So if we go to SPY today, what were they told to do in SPY? Sell, hit the bid, do it in SPY, do it below 752.31, right? And that's the algorithms hitting the bid. What are they doing this week in SPY? Sell, hit the bid, do it below 428.34, do it this week. Where's it going? Last week's lows, 748.21, right? We still haven't taken it out yet, but they're close to doing it. What are they able to do this month compared to last month? Buy last month above this. We're going to buy. We're going to take the offer, 721.25. We're going to buy SPY, and we're going to do it all month. Buy, boom, done. New month opens. All right, what are we going to do this month, guys? We're going to sell. We're going to hit the bid, and we're going to do it below 755.36. All right, how much do you have to sell? I don't know. I might have more, I might not, right? It's like, we don't know. What we do know, though, is they're selling. So they're selling this month. They're selling this week. So the algorithms this month and this week are doing the same thing. They're selling today. So that algorithm that's selling this month, that's told to sell today. And that algorithm was told to sell the first hour of the day. And then on the second hour, they were told to cover some of that position or to stop selling. Now, the thing is when that pokes up, anyone that bought it in here, if they didn't stop out because it didn't work, they're going to have stops against obvious pivots here, here, and here. So if this goes inside 15 down, that could go boom, 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 take them all out. And then we still had algorithm selling from the morning session. So we want to find out if that's true. If that's true, or if that were to kick in, a firm is a short, right? A firm just took the morning close out, but we'll see if it stays down there. It's got to stay below that 60 open. Microsoft, right? Microsoft's a short. It's still below that. So these sellers are still willing to sell at lower prices on Microsoft. So we want to go to the weak stuff, but we see those inside 15ers indexes. Maybe they could break. That being said, though, if we know this is true about algorithms, they have to be told when to execute the trade. That means every 60 minutes is a new trading day because every 60 minutes they're told to sell or told to stop selling or they're told to buy. So if we look at Microsoft, what'd they do? If we look in here, by the way, anytime this is all red with the background, that shows you when every time frame's red. So they're told sell, hit the bid, do it here and here and here and here. Next day opens, they're still doing it, still doing it, still doing it, still doing it. Boom, right here. What happened? The algorithms are turned off. They turned them on here. They turned them off here. Boom, done. Then gap it up. All right, we're going to turn it back on. Why would you do that when it gaps up? Well, it gapped up and we want to sell this thing and now we can sell it at a higher price. All right, sell, hit the bid, do it here, and then boom, second hour of the day, turn them off. Right here, turn them back on. Boom, boom. Right here, turn them off. So each 60 is a flip where they flip the switch, and that's why it's called the flip. Isn't that beautiful? What brokers are you using? I'm using a ton of different ones. I have IBKR, I have Robinhood, I have Schwab. It's another one. We go to AAOI. Look at that. Boom. Gone. What should we buy, Alex? Well, buy the thing's going up. That one's taking out morning highs. 204.70 AAOI. That's got to be stronger than SPY, right? Look at SPY. What are they telling the algorithms to do on SPY? Nothing. What about AOI? Buy. And you can see they started here, but then we picked up on it here. So the algorithms, it's not perfect, right? But it's better than what everyone else is doing. No one else is doing this. They turn them on here. You pick up on it here. And if you're trading the strat, you pick up on it right on this 2215 here. Or this 2230 right there. Because that's when you'll see those kick in. Like so. Come on, Microsoft. Puke. Which one do I like? IBKR is decent. SPY's closer to the 15ers, down still inside 60s. So they might chop you up if you're trading in there. Whenever you have a higher time frame scenario 1, if we go back to SPY on the 60-minute, that's where you're going to get chopped to bits because it's reversing back and forth really fast. Look at this. Right? It goes up a bit, goes down a bit, and then it reverses down, reverses up, reverses down, reverses up, inside, inside. It's like, wow. Stop me out, stop me out, stop me out. Wow, the strat doesn't work. It's like, are you not looking at the 60 chart? Marvell. They're still inside day, so again, we don't want to get chopped up. AAOI is definitely one to be looking at. Cardo. Whenever I see Cardo, it makes me think like Bordeaux, makes me think like a fancy wine name for some reason. If we look at Qs, oh, I keep forgetting, man. I keep looking up at my Thinkorswim stuff, and it's lagging. So dumb. Change to Mark from last. What if I just like close it to something else? Let's see. Do I have to do that for every freaking chart? They're joking, right? Let's see if it fixes it. Okay, let's look at it. Style and price type. What? Style? Am I retarded? Price, time, favorites, appearance, equities. Hello? Appearance? Next to time frame. I think I might just be too dumb to do it. Style next to... Oh, are you talking about this? No, not that. Style. Price type. Mark. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. AAOI. 2-2 to the upside with full time frame continuity. Every algorithm to take the offer and do it right now and do it today and do it this week and do it this month. Give us 209.65 and then maybe they keep on going. So what is Mark? Is that just market? I've never done that before on my platform ever. So I have no idea what that means. Like, it looks like these quotes are really delayed. And you can see how it's just slipping up. It's hilarious. I like it, though. I like the way that number looks. It's going up. AXTI, possible buy if it takes the 60s up. Yep. If you got a 2260, yep. Now, is it a good buy? Let's see. Inside month. So look at this. Buy. You're getting into a crowded position, in my opinion. Now, you could say they're still aggressively buying this, and I would say you're correct. However, they're not aggressively buying it because we're not a 2. So you have to take that out. 142.83. You're nowhere near doing that. So you just want to be aware. You're inside month. We go to the week. I love the way this looks, right? 3 tick down, starts coming back. But that didn't work. So whoever that aggressive buyer was that was willing to pay up at all-time highs here and all-time highs here and all-time highs here, they're gone, right? They're done paying up. Now, if we go to the day, it's a 2 going 3 day. Maybe that could do it for you. So if they're going to try and buy again, yes, above that, 104.06, I would just be aware you're inside month and you're more likely to see this mess. Look at this. 3 goes up, then it goes down, inside, then it goes down. And it goes up, then gap down, then it goes up, then inside, then down, then up, then down, right? It's going back and forth really fast. Versus Microsoft, right? Puke, goes up a little bit, puke, goes up a little bit, puke, sideways, puke, right? See how much easier that is? And this is because, look at this weekly, 2 going 3, And then the month gap up, sell. It's a 2. So when you have 2s on bigger time frames, it's easier to trade. A lot of traders say, Alex, I'm trying to swing trade, or I'm trying to do this, and it's not working. And I'm like, all right, let's look. We're halfway through the month. What are you trading? Well, I'm trading this inside month, and this inside month, and this inside month, and this inside month. And I'm like, why are you trading that? You're going to get destroyed. Now, since we are the 5th day of the month, you got some time on it. So I'd say you can trade it. Just be aware you are inside. It's changing what it's doing compared to what it was doing before. It's still delayed a minute and a half. All right. Boring. If we go to AOI, so we had the 5er in here to cause high of day. Now it's reclaiming that. So that's not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see it stay up there and just rip them through. So we're still inside day AOI, and we got 225er to cause profit taking of these guys. Now, if they're going to go up, this could be triangled out, right? Stop them out and then try and take out the highs. So right when that goes green, that's a good thing. It's just got to stay up here. 204.70. We want to be above that. If we go to Mikey Soft, made another low of day. I just kicked my chair. Is TradingView best for trade execution? Nope, not even close. TradingView, it's just slow. Am I manually setting stops for each trade? We're going to switch to hotkeys. So that's something I wanted to talk about today. But that market's been active, so we haven't yet had the chance to discuss. But we're all going to be switching to hotkeys. If you want to actually like really murder the market, you're probably going to want to do that. And if you're trading, longer term stuff, then maybe it's slightly less important for you, but I would highly suggest it. And we'll talk about why and how that's going to work. Home builders went inside 30s up. Interesting. Home Depot, not so much. Neither Lowe's. KBH, TOL. Interesting. Interessante. So as we get into the end of these 30s here, materials firm up a little bit. So we have this bigger triangle, but subject to change because every change or every reversal can change what the triangle or what triangle you're dealing with. So you look in here, it goes up, down, triangle they out. Anyone long in here? You can see these algorithms, they bought it, and then boom, those algorithms got taken out. Now, are they going to buy it again, right? Full time frame continuity occurs here at 51.41. So if they're going to buy more, you'd want to cause that with a 2230 minute. But what I would say is any platform with hotkeys, ideally with a native like desktop application. Because if you're trading in a browser, it's always going to be slower just because browsers it's not really designed for, I don't know, like imagine being a professional, video game player and trying to play in a browser. Like, we all know, if anyone that's played a video game before, we all know that playing in a browser is not the way to go. Same thing applies to trading. SPY went inside 5ers up, so we can see they're reversing multiple times here. They went 225ers up, 225ers down, inside 5er up, still inside 60. So it's just getting tighter and tighter, chopping them to death. And it's because scenario 1. That's one of the worst losing trades to take because you'll really get wrecked if you don't know what's happening. It's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. Oh, I think it's going up here. Really? Comes back in, stop you out. Loser. Microsoft. Still a 3-2 down 60 red, so it's still good there. But slight 1 penny lower low starts coming back in. So there's some short covering going on at the lows. The question is this going to be micro triangle layout for the Microsofty? Triangle down. Will it be slight micro triangle layout up here to then puke again? And repuke, or is that all the stuff they've got today and this goes triangle or triangulo expando, right? And starts ripping back through these guys. I'm not sure. I just need it to stay down there. Solana, let's take a look. So they're still triangling them out down in here. And you can see the triangles and how they got bigger. They had this triangle, triangle down, and then boom, right back to the highs here. Which then gave you this triangle in here. And that went triangle back down, right back to the lows of the triangle. And then those, anyone in here that's going to stop out, boom, takes all those guys out, and then it takes these guys out. So now, where's the triangle? Down, triangle up, triangle down. It's like this. So what we're waiting for is a change in continuity. They're going to try and recover that, which is what I want to see. I think these cryptos are trading at some of the best prices. Like, if you just spend an hour, like literally just go like this. If you want to be a crazy investor, not even an hour, just go to Claude or whatever AI that you like. Select research and say, research all the news that's happening in the crypto space right now, specifically between the major banks, public companies, and legal and laws that are being passed. It seems that the news is not or isn't covering most of what's going on. We'll come back to that in a little bit. Look at SPY. Inside 5 or up. It's going up. Boom, 3. Now, if they're going to get outside of an inside bar, you're going to go outside bar first almost always. I'd say it's probably like 70% of the time. So right here, this outside bar. Now, if they're going to broaden, we get a 3-2 is what we're looking for. And you see right there, it's already kicking in. And a 3 shows buyer and seller aggression. And since it went up first, it shows seller aggression, willing to sell up or buy up and then sell down. So what could that do? It would cause a 3 on the 15, which would show that buyer and seller aggression. What could that do? Could cause an inside 30. So a little bit different, right? Seller, you can see whoever that seller was this morning, they came in right here and started hitting the bid against the buyers. But that doesn't mean they're not still inside 60. So this is still a bit of a smaller range here. But if we go 3-2-5 or something, that could definitely break them out of that. While that happens, financials are still pretty firm. A lot of inside bars. Energies are all still inside bars across the board. By the way, gold, if you're going to buy gold, triangle it out. Maybe a 2260. And you might be like, Alex, it's going down so much. It's been going down. That's a terrible thing to buy. It's like, well, that's exactly why you might want to. Is if no one thinks it's going up and everyone's short it because they don't think it's going up, and then it starts reversing, everyone's got to cover. So it's pretty interesting. Now, when we look at the gold, are we still in an uptrend, right? If we just use our brain for a second, are we still in an uptrend? It's like, well, higher low, higher high, higher low. Huh, right? Looks like it still might be in an uptrend. And if we go to the quarter, technically, it's close to the quarterly reversal, right? But that would be triangle day out. Because do you really think gold is going to drop back to 160? If you don't, this is likely just stopping people out or getting people out of their gold holdings. So the second it goes tick down in here and starts coming back, maybe it goes a little further, and I'm okay with that, right? If it goes like zoop and then starts coming back, it's going to be like this. And I'm saying this to you before it happens so you can potentially prepare for it. Because this is good stuff. And we'll take that, we'll throw it on the Twitters. And if you want some proof, why might that happen? Go to copper futures. Look at copper futures. While gold's going down and silver's going down, guess what? This isn't. So what are they still doing? They're still buying copper, which shows you that, or you could say they're not selling copper, right? At least that'd be the gist. So if we look at gold, it's more likely that this is just pulling back because we still have evidence that the precious metal markets are not actually going down. And if we go to miners, XME metals, those are all going up as well. Now they did come back, but that doesn't mean that this can't be a higher low, right? Maybe it goes like bang, stop everyone out, and then we keep going. So very possible. If we go to SPY, you got the potential for a 3-2, and a 3 shows aggression. So it's something we look for, right? If that goes 3-2, it goes 15 or 30, and then maybe a 60 down, all at the same time. It's whammo. And if that doesn't work, right, then it's going to rip back through and take out 750.20. So that's just got to tick down here and just puke. Like when we look at that, it's literally supposed to just hit this and then just go. It shouldn't even hesitate. Because what traders do is they put their stops against this stuff. So if you hit the bid and someone's got a stop there, it should just slip through there. Nice and easy. Geez, guys, it's almost like you can use a stop that's just like a couple pennies wide, and it should just go right away. Now, does this mean this is going to have to puke and just keep on puking? No. But what it shows you is guess who's selling? The guy we already knew about. It's that monthly, weekly, daily guy. So if we go in here, guess who's back? He's right here. Dink. Now, does he have more to sell, or is that it? I don't know. We'll have to find out. But this is why we're going to talk a little bit about tight stops and stuff. This is why you can literally go like this. Because we said it's supposed to go instantly. If it's supposed to go instantly, why is your stop 10 points? It doesn't have to be. It can be like that. And if you do that with no PDT rule, oh my goodness, guess what? You can take 100 trades a day. You don't have to take 100, and I'm not going to recommend that, but you can once you get good at this stuff. How many trades have we discussed today? So many of them. So many of them. But you have to know what you're doing, which is that's a whole different question, which we'll talk about. So how tight are my stops? During the day, just mostly because I'm streaming and I'm jumping around on charts, mine are slightly wider. But that's because I know where I'm going to be. And I know why I'm there. I always trade things. I try to trade things myself with full time from continuity. And when I say slightly wider, I don't mean wide like these people you'll see on Twitter where they're like, I'm going to put my 60-point stop down here. It's like, what the hell? Nope. When I say slightly wider, I mean like instead of 50 cents, my stops might be like 80 to $1. But when we're all focused in on one thing, like if I'm sitting here and I'm like this, I just want to look at SPY 223 minute to cause yesterday's lows to break. Then I'm here and I have a tight stop. That's how you know. If I have it here and I'm like, we're going to do this, then I'm there and I'm ready to tight stop it. And I just use market orders just because my main job is still not trading. Not because I can't, but because I really like, what we do here every day. It's just very fun. So I always put your guys' trades and answering your guys' questions above my own trades, which, for better or for worse. But you got to do what you got to do if you're going to run a business, Notice how SPY still hasn't came back, so they're still staying down there. Can we take them out, right? We're inside 30 down, so anyone long in the 30s, they're in a losing position. The 60 is still inside bar, but it's red, so it is full time for continuity. It's like either this goes or we start going back through here and we start stopping these guys out again. So I'm not sure. With options, it's so hard. Yeah, but with options, you're probably sizing it too big. Like one thing, we were working with Robbie. I don't know, where is he? Is he here? Ricky. I'll have Ricky talk to you. How about that? because we tell you we have winning strategies, but a lot of people just don't copy them and just sit in limbo for years, just doing the stuff that works. And we just talked to Ricky the other day, and what we said is, first of all, he only has a $2,000 account, so he's like, what should I do? And what we told Ricky was, first off, we have to decide your risk. How much are you putting in each trade? And he's like, well, I'm putting like $250 or something in each trade. I'm like, well, you can't do that. Or $150. It's like, you can't do that. You have to size for what you're willing to lose with options. If you're going to trade 0 DTE, which is why, if you're going to trade, what would you call it? If you're going to trade intraday and you're going to trade 0 DTE, let's say you have a $10,000 account, each trade should be like probably $500 to $300, maybe even $250, whatever you're willing to lose. Because 0 DTE, you can have, like on SPX, right? It spikes all the way down here. I'm up 230%, and then it goes down a little more, but everyone starts covering in the option I'm holding, or someone started selling those puts. So the price of my option just gets obliterated. I'm still up 100 and something %, but my price gets obliterated. It drops by half while the market's still at low a day. It's like, what the hell is that? It's like, that's options for you. It's a more illiquid market. They're more volatile, and they go to 0. So if they go to 0, they're really, they can be more liquid if you're trading things like SPX. It's a little bit illiquid. And you're trying to put a lot of money in them. It's going to be much trickier. But what can you do? You can size for, you're going to lose it on your initial trade. So it's like, how much am I willing to lose here? $50? All right. Maybe don't trade the stocks that are $1,000 a share because there's no options $50 that are going in the money, at least very few. But what you can do then, by the way, SPY's starting to take them out. Come on, SPY, give us low a day. This is what we'd want to see here. But what you'd want to do then is like, all right, well, maybe you can't trade SPX, so you go trade SPY, 0 DTE. And those can be like $50. It's like, all right, put $50 here. Where would you put it? On the 60-minute simultaneous break. So what's a 60-minute simultaneous break? It's when the whole market reverses and the algorithms are told to buy or sell the whole entire market. So like today on SPY, what's happening? We're just following through yesterday's short signal. So yesterday we had everything in the market go reversal on the second hour of the day here. 754.29 on SPY, 2, buy, reversal, flip it short. Gap down to 1. Now, not everyone's going to be shorting into overnight, right? I'm not even suggesting to do that. But my point is, look at Qs. What did Qs do yesterday? 2 reversal, buy, hold, inside bar, reversal, flip it short. Then today, continue the short, destroyed. Look at SPY. Where'd my little drawings go? What the heck? Oh, there they are. Right there. Bink. So you can see from our level, 4 pennies of drawdown. That's pretty cool. TOS is good now? All right. Taylor puking. Jeez, Tesla. I wish I. Damn. Dang. Sometimes you get on your list and you don't hit it, right? Look at that. That is like a couple. How many hundreds of percents today? This is why it's also great to be in the premium room, because once you understand how this stuff works, you can help me not miss that. You can say, Alex, take a look at Tesla before the market opens. You put it on your list. It was the only short thing you had. And then we'd look and I'd be like, thank God. Thank you for reminding me. And then we'd all make a ton of monies. We also had GameStop in here as the only other short right here below that, which we didn't hit. But I'm happy with the SPX puts right off the rip. Look at these. Look at the SPY. Puke. Shorted it up there. Did it ever come back? Nope. So you could have stayed short if you wanted to. Or just get back in. How much is premium? 150 a month, which was, we're changing that actually because every consultant we've talked to has said your price is wrong. So if you want a good deal, go check us out at stratalerts.ai/premium-access. If you want an even better deal, we will up the price and you're going to love it more. Oh, Sarah freaking, yeah. Dang it. SPY low day hit. So you can see this is what we would call exhaustion risk. Now we don't know because what's happening and why we would expect it to go instantaneously is because we have all these guys with stop losses here. So when you hit the bid and it starts hitting their stops, it just goes gone, right? Everyone stopped out. So you can see on the way down, 2, stopped out, boom, stopped out. Now everyone stopped out. And everyone this morning short. And everyone stopped out. So what's the last thing to do? Cover the short position. So initially right here, you start seeing short covering. Now, does that short covering fully recover SPY back to high day? I'm not sure, but that's short covering right there. More than likely, if we go to the week, right there, 1 penny below last week's lows. Did we tell you that prior to market open? Did we tell you that earlier in the morning? We did. 1 penny below. Then it starts coming back. Now it might start ripping all the way back through here. So that's a possibility. If it was going to, the next reversals would be the 32215er or maybe a 3-3, right? If they really wanted to send it, but it would be a 15 reversal first, then it would be a 30 rev strat, then it would be a 60-minute reversal. So at this point, you have a 1 minute for evidence. That's not that much. We want to see like a 30-60 if we're going to say the market's bottoming out. So for now, if you're short stuff, you can stay short if you'd like to, or you can defend by moving your stops down. If we go to Microsoft, we can see there is short covering going on in Microsoft above 421.70. So looks like my ad did get stopped out, which is okay. And I'll give it just a little bit. Or actually, no. I'm going to get out of it right now. Oops. I got logged out of my stuff. That sucks. That's okay. A-okay. But we call this triangle layout. You can see Qs, they buy. I think it's bottoming out. Boom, triangle layout, they're gone. Now, if it's really going to bottom out, you actually have range to come back through, shorts to stop out. That's something you look for. So I'm going to close my Microsoft puts for about $500. Pretty happy about that on an inside actionable signal break. I still have a good chunk of change to work with. I haven't switched over to, let's see. What about the things that are going up today? AAOI, you had triangle layout there. So you can see, goes up, everyone's long, high of day, reclaims it. And we said, yep, that's not what we want to see. Boom, triangle layout. Now, if they were going to recover, maybe a 225 or something. It's got a lot of distance to make something happen there, but maybe. IWM makes higher lows to the morning lows, so it still holds its inside 60 IWM. That gives it relative strength because SPY Qs took out the morning lows. People will call that an SMT divergence. We just call that an inside bar. And we know for a fact IWM has to be firmer because it did not go too down. So you can see triangle layout in there. Because of the inside bar, what did they do? 3 down, up, down, triangle layout right here. That's that buyer trying to get back in after stopped out below 286.39. So we'll see on the new fivers. Do they firm things up a little bit after exhaustion risk at low of day or not? They're still buying financials this morning. They're still buying healthcares this morning. So like we keep saying, they're still buying industrials too. But like we keep saying, like when we look at the market, we see things going up still, which maybe we'll be able to pull up. Let me see if I can pull it up for you real quick. But when we see stuff still going up while the market's coming in, like this, the indexes, what it shows you is profit taking. Now, it doesn't tell you when it's going to bottom out, but what it tells you is like they're buying the dollar, which it is normally not good for the market. So that's helping push things down today. Because if the dollar becomes more expensive, then stocks become cheaper relative to the dollar. So stock prices go lower. But we'll see. It's like they're not selling energies anymore, XOP either. They're buying airlines, utilities, real estate, staples, financials. The VIX is inside, so that's worth noting. But notice there's still buying going on. So is it a market crash? No. Which means it's eventually going to go back to all-time highs. It might take a little bit. You'd need a 60 reversal first, which we have not seen any of that today. That being said, about 10 minutes to the new flip. So we're going to find out what's setting up. Tech is inside 60. Energies are all inside 60. Semis is inside 60. Dow Jones and IWM are inside 60 minute. VIX, UVXY inside 60. Financials go inside 60. Staples go inside 60. Communications go inside 60. Airlines go inside 60. Google goes inside 60. The gold June miners go inside 60. So, do we have a lot of inside 60 actionable signals for the flip? We do. In about 10 minutes, if those closes inside, we would have all of those signals to break. So the question is, where are they closer to becoming twos up or twos down? Down IBM, semis, and tech, they're closer to continuing down. So if the market's going to puke, those would be inside 60 downs, and that would confirm Qs and SPY, which already took the morning lows. Staple closer to 60s up. Energies and XOP and jets closer to 60s up. So with the VIX closer to 60s up. So if it was going to turn into big puker, the VIX and the indexes here and the semis and tech would all break. VIX would go up and then these would all go down. So that could happen. Now, if it's still not going to be market crash, staples would go up. So they'd rotate just out of tech stuff into staples. If it was going to be a crash or crash out intraday, you'd get into TheStrat 60 in the staples. So we'll see. For now, if we go back to indexes, you can see the fiver. They tick up, didn't go anywhere. Boom. Still full time from continuity down. So at this point, still 2 down, 60 SPY. And I'm holding... I did not cover my Microsoft yet. At least I don't think I did. Let me double check. Oh, no, I covered both of it. So I only have a small position left in Microsoft. Affirm. There's still a puke in here. Affirm. So they sold the first hour, came back to sell more. Same is true in SPY and Qs. Down IBM, they're closer to becoming down. So you can see IBM, they did not reverse the fiver. They went 2 down again. So it's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, no reversal. So they did not firm up. Those buyers are just getting out. But those 30s are kicking into the downside. So IBM, that's some issues. With the Qs, still having some issues from the fivers in there. And with SPY, still having some issues from the 3-2 fiver to cause that 60 equilibrium to break. So they're having some issues, that's for sure. If we go to Marvell, they're still coming back through that outside 15 we saw in Thinkorswim. Tesla is still just demolished. I'm upset we didn't take that. We totally should have. That's my fault. I forgot to check my list from yesterday completely. So we got about 6 minutes until the new 60s open up. I'm going to do a little bit of scanning. So while the market's puking, you can see Cardo inside 60 minute. On the gappers, COO inside 60 minute. And I would like to actually pull this up here. So I'll show you the evidence. I'll show you the heat map. All right. American Tower from yesterday. They're still pretty firm too. Good. So when the market's down, one of the things you want to do is you want to look for where are they stronger, because that will show you where they're rotating into or where they're still buying regardless of what the market's doing, which shows you they really want the stock, right? It's like Hinge, for example. Hinge Health, right? They obviously really want that one. If we go to the year, outside year up, so that's a 3. Once a 3, always a 3, can't not be. So above 62.18, that's exploding on the 2 quarter buy list. And they're still buying it this morning while the market's, down a good bit. Now it's illiquid, but it's worth noting. INSEE, similarly in the healthcares, they're still buying that. So if we look at XLV, right, while the market's all down, healthcare is still just jamming to the highs. So where's healthcare's going? Up there, right, 160. So we go to INCY, where's that going? Up there, 112. And then if we look left, if they can break through resistance, which is just above 112, they're going back up there to 154, so that's worth noting. You can see band, that one's been going nuts. Look at that. Just motorboating away off these monthly full time frame continuity. And that 3-2, just like SPY on that 5er, right? 1, 3, 2, gone. It's like SPY here, 3. You can see it went 1, 2, 3, 2, gone. Takes out the lows. And now SPY's 3-1 at the lows. VTR is pretty interesting in the real estates, I believe. VTR. Yep. Look at the triangle in that one. Now, these are not the biggest movers in the world, but something you look for. Pew, 2-2 reversal. You got all day, 4 hours left to see if that wants to go any further. And you got all these guys who are short. I got to get out of their shorts against this stuff. That's worth knowing about. Okay, let's see what we got. So I don't know if this is accurate. It looks accurate. No, I don't think that's right. Yeah, UMAC is not 2s up today, so not correct. Not correct. My data is just laggy on my end. All right. Now this is going to have a little bit more accurate data. But we can see, so today, what are they selling? Communications, some materials, uraniums, a little bit of OIH, a little semis, a little bit of tech, right? A lot of semis and tech, actually, right? What are they going into? Healthcares, industrials, financials, utilities. So they're going into the boring stuff, but healthcares, right? Look at all this stuff in healthcares. That's good stuff. So if we do a little bit of analysis there to see what's going on in that sector overall, you'll see something really interesting. It'll take a minute to load that in. It's a lot of charts. SPY, so inside 5 at low day. If they're going to firm up, that's where it would happen. We still have this continuity down, but again, they're buying a ton of healthcares. So even if, you stop out once or twice, that's okay. We would prefer still to see this recover because it's not a market crash, right? It's just profit taking in tech. Now, obviously, if tech doesn't recover for a while, that might put a downward drag on these indexes. They still got some targets in tech to take out down here at 182.70, 182.54. If we go to semis, they still have some targets in there to take out at 584.93 as well. But you got SPY and Qs both inside 5 or at the lows. Same with IWM. And here is the new 60s. So we want to see, do they reconfirm what we know is true, where we see a lot of selling, but some buying in healthcares, or do they negate by changing what we know is true? So IWM, 2-1 inside. So it's green, but it's nowhere near changing the day. Or going 2 up 60s. Qs is inside. Dow is inside. SPY goes inside. So what you would want to do, and I would ask for your help. Anyone's got the market scanner from us, go and scan for things taking out the previous 60 highs, because my scanner has a delay to it due to my professional status. So we still haven't fixed it on my end, which is a shame. But Qs and SPY inside 5ers up right on the flip. So that changes what's going on after SPY hits its magnitude, but we're dead center on the 60. So still inside 60. It's worth knowing. Healthcare's B-Bio goes 2-2-15s into full time from continuity up. A little late to it, but it's going to go 30 straight up continuation. Let's see. So right now what I'm doing is I'm ripping through the things that are not going down on the day and trying to figure out if there's any simultaneous breaks going on or setting up. For the time being, I don't see a lot, at least on the 2 down lists. I mean, the short Bitcoin ETF, BITI, that one's going to the highs potentially off an inside 30. Bitcoin is just coming into its magnitude, 59,930. And what you'll notice is there's going to be people with stops against this stuff, just like there's people with stops against these pivot lows in here. So we've already taken these guys out. Who's to say it can't get redder? We're 25 days left on the month. It could go whammo. Everyone's like, oh my goodness, right? It's crashing. And then it starts coming back in. That's exactly what we'd expect to happen. So worth noting, you know, Bitcoin with the puker, you got BITI inside 30 to finish it off with Bitcoin. Let's see. Costco and Walmart, they're pretty interesting. Costco's on the inside day list. They're up 42 points at the highest from our inside day Tuesday night, which is pretty neat. Setting up to go back through, if you look on the month, 3, dink, right down in here, boom, right back into the range. It's a 51 point reclaim level. That's nice. General Electric, full time from continuity up. You got inside 30 momentum there. If we go to SPY, 313. So that's the Motor City Madhouse, as we would call it, or as Rob would call it. And it might be a 1313. That's more specifically that, but 313. So aggressive buyers and sellers, then inside, then an aggressive buyer, then an aggressive seller. So they're still battling it out here. Still full time from continuity down. And the new 60 open is pretty much right here. 748.13. So if they're below that, 325 or puker, they still do have further targets they could take out with full time from continuity, but we'll have to see. VIX inside 60 up. UVIX inside 60 up. That's worth noting. So if you go Dow Jones, they go 62 down again. IWM goes closer to inside 60 down. And if IWM breaks, that confirms the SPY and Qs. So this would give you more evidence on the short side of things, because SPY and Qs are already going down. 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. Anyone long yesterday in Qs still getting blown out at the lows. Right? That's issues in the Qs. On SPY, they're also still getting blown out at the lows at this point. So if IWM breaks, it just confirms inside down. It confirms SPY and Qs are going down. And Dow Jones was a little stronger here. Energy's OIH's 3-2 reversal day kicking in below 425.64. So if it's below that, that's a bearish thing or a short. Still inside week, so maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. We'll have to see. Staples inside 60 up, so they're buying staples, selling everything else. So if you go in here, like we said prior to the flip, you could have the Dow down, which it did, SPY and Qs down, which it did, IWM just broke, confirming that simultaneous break to the downside, all indexes, with the VIX going inside up. So they're buying the VIX, getting afraid, they're like, uh-oh, it's still going down, uh-oh. And now they're selling all this stuff again. And then tech and semis confirmed down as well. Now, if energies go inside down, then that would make it even worse. And while they do that, they buy staples. So they're going into the defensive posturing, which that shows you it's not market crash, but it does show you they're kind of like, uh-oh, like what's going on here? Why is it still going down? Financials go inside down, which adds more evidence to the downside on indexes. They did not confirm financials. They're negating. 2's going 3. Discretionary communication still going down. Healthcare's is inside, so they're fine. But you will see IYZ Telecom is closer to the down as well. And if they were really going to blow people out, what you would see is reclaim on staples, and that goes outside bar with utilities going outside bar. And if that happens, you might do the same move we did this morning in an hour on these indexes. So you want to monitor those staples. Do they stay up? If so, then this might be a little grinder. If not, this could be a lot worse. And since the VIX is spiking, it's like, this is not looking good. Buying the dollar, buying the VIX, selling indexes. We'll see them selling gold miners, gold, meta, all of that stuff as well. So at this point, we can't say stuff's going up now. That's besides staples and VIX, which is not a bullish market. So we look in healthcares here. You can see in the healthcares, they're pretty much buying everything indiscriminately. So some rotation there, but wow. Look at these indexes off the 60 signals. IWM breaks, instantly low of day IWM. VIX, high of day. UVXY, high of day. So you can see these 60 signals causing the whole market to do things. This is what the strat does. It moves everything at the same time. It's wild. Wild. We want to keep monitoring those staples, right? If these staples start going outside bar, these indexes are going to get demolished. If not, what I'm expecting is that it might drop down further, maybe get an outside day in Dow Jones, goes whammo, stop everyone out, and then start firming up, because healthcares they're still buying healthcares. Look at this. They're still buying staples. They're still buying utilities. So anyone that's looking at the market and they're like, the market's crashing. It's like, no, actually it's not. They're still buying things. But right now, yes, it's very weak. Which means if these things were to reverse like staples and utes, that would be really bad. But if they don't, it should recover. I don't think Tezzy's finished. Yeah, so when the market's continuing down with the signals, like the inside signal and the shooters in Dow Jones here, anything already going down should just keep going. So if we look at Tesla, it's already going down. It should technically keep going. The same way, when this 60 goes inside down at IWM, SPY and Q should technically keep going now that that's kicking in with Dow Jones. So you can see they're still having these issues. Utilities highs, Staples highs, VIX highs. All indexes and semis and tech ETFs to the lows. Meta lows, Tesla lows. Microsoft almost to the lows, close. Affirm lows, taking out 64 target. So from our 65.88 short and Affirm, 64 now for the daily signals. Airlines goes inside 60 down, confirming what indexes are doing. So that adds a little more evidence now as well. And what we want to see is just blow everyone out and then recover. So come on, indexes. Get them out of here. And as the VIX spikes up, what this is going to show you is that each 60 is a new day. It's like a new day. So when we go to these indexes, each day, right, we're getting like a 3-point range here, 5 here, and then 3 here. So if the average range is like $3, $3.50, we had a $4, $5 morning on the 60, right? So each 60 is literally a new day today. So every 60 you can treat it like a day, which means every 5 to 10 minutes you could say is like an hourly chart in the past, and that means both ways. So each 60 flip's gonna matter. When VIX increases, algorithmic trading increases. It gets near to 90% during market crashes. I'm not sure if that's true when the VIX is around 17, but when the VIX increases, everything we've talked about today increases its utility. Like you can see on these signals, right? These VIX signals causing all this pukage to happen, freaking everyone out. XOP goes inside down with H, so you got some energy sellers now kicking in as well. And what you will see when this happens is we keep saying we want to blow everyone out. What does that mean? That means everything goes to the downside, maybe minus Staples, but even, we want Staples to do it too. That'd be pretty neat. But everything gets blown out to the downside, which means everyone stopped out. It's like your long tech stopped out, your long semis stopped out, your long Qs stopped out, your long SPY stopped out, your long IWM stopped out, right? And then once everyone's short and all the longs are gone, that's when we can get the big, 2-2 reversal V-shape recovery, if they're going to do it. We still have 45 minutes on these 60s. So the VIX and stuff, they could still spike up for a little bit longer, 45 minutes they've got on them. And then we'll find out. But if someone in the premium chat how to think about all the tickers that were green is now red. Yeah, well, it changes what you know to be true. So the second that's red on the month, what are they doing this month? Not buying anymore. Were they doing last month? Buying above that. 1283, that's a buy. Below this, no longer buying. 1794, nope. Nope. And I had a small position in Mara that I got stopped out of this morning. When it went like this, 2, didn't work. If it was going to work, it'd be a 2 up today, but it's not. Versus we go to healthcares this month. Should we buy healthcares? Yes, that's green. Now, I haven't really been focusing much on healthcares just because I'm not a big healthcare trader, but that's where you'd want to be this month if you're a buyer. Compare that to SPY. Not technically a huge buy this month, unlike healthcares. Now, if we go to healthcares intraday, though, you don't want to buy it up here. You want to triangle it out first. So like in the morning, we said that there was that 222.15 in healthcares. That would have been the way to do it. Now you want it to come back in and stop everyone out first. Now, since it is coming in, when we compare that with all the indexes, since these are all going down already, if healthcare goes inside 15 down, now you have everything going down besides maybe Staples. But even Staples might do it. If they get scared enough, they'll start selling everything instead of rotating. But we still see real estate's pretty much at the highs. We do see utilities pulling in just a tiny bit. Staples still up at the highs. We go to the VIX on the inside 60. Boom. Still jamming. So they're still terrified. They're still in the lows. Still true. If we go SPY, the 3, 1, 3, 2. Boom. So like we said, that's the Motor City Madhouse, isn't it? 3, buyer and seller aggression. 1, equilibrium. They agree. And then the buyer tried to buy it up. The seller comes back to sell it down. That's another 3. 2, destroyed. So you can see the 3-2 here, puker that we said. You could use a nice tight stop against that, about 4 cents of drawdown. And then it's all full time from continuity here. And then if you wanted to, you could hit this 3-2 here. 2, 2, and then here at the lows. So that 3-2 and this 3-2 gives you a nice trade. I wonder where Ricky is today. Is Ricky in here? XLE becomes 2 down. So we're blowing out all the signals. Look at this. Energies all break signal down. Telecom signal down. Staples went signal up, but it starts coming back. That's worth noting. It could become an outside bar. VIX, all the signals blown out to the upside, and then all the SPY signals to the downside. Financials to the downside. All the signals being blown out. And what that means is in an hour from now, we're going to have no signals on the 60s. All of them will be blown out either to the upside or the downside. And if I had real-time data on my scanner this morning, so what did you take? You took the 212 on SPY. Let's see. Yeah, so I just want to give you some testimony here. So this is Ricky. Ricky the other day, he was like, I'm struggling. I need to fix my problems. What should I do? We're like, this is what you need to do. Wait for a simultaneous break where the whole market does the same thing, like we just saw here this morning, where the VIX breaks up and all the index break down. That's one way to play it, right? With 0 DTEs. If you size for 0, playing 0 DTEs, you can hold until it reverses against you. He was sizing way too heavy, stopping out on a ton of stuff that wasn't even a simultaneous break. Which the simultaneous break is the whole reason the strat exists. We want the whole market to go in our favor. Like I want to buy and take the offer and see the whole market go. So if you focus on one thing, simultaneous breaks. Then the good psychology is just size correctly. You shouldn't be freaking out when the market goes 2 cents against you. You should be like, all right, maybe they're just stopping out some guys, and then they're going to keep going in my favor. You need to trade confidently, and if you size properly, it's easy to do that. And I said, did you play today? He said, I'm here. I took the 2-1-2 third on SPY. What do you know? Qs did the same thing. So what did SPY do? Inside 30 signal. What did we tell you about that? We literally told you to short it, didn't we? Like right there, 3-2-5er. That's what caused the 30. And then you got all the 30-minute here, short, and then 2 again, short still. Now if we go to Qs, did it do the same thing? Inside signal, 1, 2, 2. So is it still going down? Yes, 2-2. Could you still stay short? Yes, it hasn't reversed, 2-2. If it was going to reverse, it'd be a 2-2 reversal, but it's not. So, still good. Inside 30 down, simultaneous breaks. SPY and Qs did the same thing. And the same thing happened on the 60s just now when we go to Dow and IWM. Dow, shooter 60, below that. It wasn't inside, but same thing. Then IWM, inside 60, below that, right there. So when the whole market does that, you get the VIX to go flying in your favor. You get everyone terrified in your favor, and everyone selling in your favor at the same time in your favor. Just like, you can't ask for more than that. Like, if you hit the bid, if you took the inside down on SPY, you got gold doing it. You got semis doing it with you. You got tech doing it with you. You hit the bid and they sold everything. You just won the battle. Because you got those algorithms coming in behind you to do the heavy lifting. So look at, this is what he did. He sized for 0. He opened it. Boom, 82%. There it is. So you can either be the tight stop guy, which if you're going to be an active trader, that's one way to do it. Or you can be simultaneous break guy. Those are the two options. And if we go to another simultaneous break, we can see it right here in the energies. Remember those 2-2-30s? 2-2. And actually, I don't know if I mentioned it. I could have. I know I mentioned the 2-2s up. Maybe I didn't mention the 2-2s down. But you can long this one here, and then you can short this one here. You get both. But if we go to XOP, inside 30, simultaneous break with XLE. Go to OIH, 3-2 or 2-2, 30 in here. If we go to the 60s, inside 60, boom, OIH. What did that do? 3-2 reversal day. If we go to XLE, inside 60, boom, right there. Go to XOP, inside 60, right there. So you can see it's just, it gets really clear if you understand what you're doing and how those algorithms are playing across the board. Dow Jones still making low of day, and we said, you know, if they're going to continue, Dow Jones outside day, that's here, 512.68, just like on Qs, how that outside week happened right here. Now at this point, I would not suggest shorting and just jamming into low a day. That's not what I would suggest, because once everyone's out of their longs, that's when the buyers come back. So would not suggest that. Now if we go to Staples though, notice Staples, they broke up and then they go red here. The second that goes red, Staples could take out morning lows. That's the magnitude. Now, I wouldn't suggest short. You could short it. You could say maybe it's going to be a market crash where they sell everything. You could go like this, tight stop it. But what I would say is this just confirms that it could become like we blow out literally everything. Anyone long anywhere, we just take everyone out. If we go to utilities, same thing up in here. 2215 right there. Goes up, 22 down, brings them in. So Staples and utilities both reverse. They're selling everything, right? As far as we know intraday, they're selling literally everything. We go to healthcares, inside 15 down, boom, they're selling everything. So what's scaring them so bad? I don't know. Let's go look at oil. Is it oil? Doesn't look like it's oil. Why are they buying the dollar? I don't know. What's the news? What's the news? I don't know. What is the news? I think the news is sell, hit the bid, do it in literally everything. And do it on the third hour of trading on a Friday below the month and week opens. Apple doing its own thing. Still, you can see, so it broke up, still doing nothing. Look at this. Inside doji, doji, doji. What are they doing in Apple today? Well, they're not selling. Are they buying? Nope, they're not doing that either. They did in the morning, but they are doing nothing. I'm convinced I need to sit in premium and sit in your live till it sticks. Go on a 30 or 60 minute chart. Literally. Just go on a 30 or 60 minute chart and just start watching. Now that the VIX is increasing, just start watching. It's not that hard. Start watching when the whole market goes inside 60. Watch what happens. That's what we saw. We didn't see the whole market here, but start watching when that happens. Start watching when the whole market goes 2-2 reversal on a 60. Look at the VIX. They're flying off that. 1670, they're up 3% on the VIX. They're almost an outside week here on the VIX. Notice they went 4 pennies lower, reclaim, boom, 13% higher. That's pretty good. Now, if we look at the VIX on the daily triangles, this could get worse, which is interesting. So you can see they're shorting the VIX, shorting the VIX, shorting the VIX, 3-2 reversal right there. Just like OIH. Just the opposite, right? OIH, 3-2 reversal there. VIX, 3 down, 2 up reversal here. And this is one of the most aggressive forms of reversals you're ever going to see outside of a gap. Because the buyers tried to buy this up. The sellers sold it down, blowing out anyone long. Then the buyers came back and blew out all the shorts. And now you have all these shorts. Anyone shorting the VIX against this stuff? That could all get taken out. So maybe it does get worse. And like we said, if it's gonna, you would see healthcares and stuff kick in. Now at this point, they're still inside 60 healthcares. Staples are still a 2, but they're trying to become a 3. Utilities is a 2. It's almost a 3. So close to getting those things down. You'd see energies on the 60s. Puker. XOP. Puker. Give us low a day. Then OIH. Puker. What strike you take? Well, what I would suggest is just go look at what we said pre-market and then ask yourself, does it make any sense to short down here unless you're shorting with their money? Right? SPY's already down all this much. Now, I'm not saying you can't short it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, though, is go look at our pre-market, what we said. We already hit the bid. It dropped 5 points. So it's like, if you wanted to be short SPY today, we already got you short. It was right there with a 223 minute with like a 5-cent stop. It's like gone. We already got that. And if you needed to get another way in, there was that inside 30 with the 5 or 3-2. There's no reason to short it here. It's like, why would we even think to do that? The only thing you could do is add. And if you're going to add, what you need is that slight poke up, kind of like in here, and then the signal back the other way. It's like right here, inside fiver, they're doing some short covering. Very slight. But what I'd say is like, there's the short already happened. Like it was in here, and then it was sideways 30, 3-2-5 right there. Those are the two ways you're going to do it if you're going to do this properly. Now it's like, I'm not sure. It could, later this month, it could become outside month. It's not going to do that today though. So I'm not sure. All I can tell you is today it's bright red, and red does tend to get redder. So if you get like another inside 30 setup or something, if you get another inside bar, it might go right and really start taking them out. Or we can get a V-shape recovery just because we've finally stopped some guys out. Kind of like in here. It's like goes up, stop everyone out, and then boom, right? Now it could be bigger. It could be like this time. Maybe. That could be the case. Maybe. But it's really two options. It's either you get inside bars and you go continuation, or we start seeing profit taking of these shorts once a new 60 opens up. We're going to get a new 30 in about 2 minutes, so we're going to mind that. Did we get to 100 likes, Sarah? 71 likes. So if we get 100 likes, there's 116 of you watching. We will give away a free month of premium. And that also includes, like, during the day, when things are slow, we will take your questions and whatnot, and we'll make sure to get you up to speed and set you up with a trade plan based on what your goals are, because there's a lot of different ways to trade the strat. So if you're interested in that for free, like the video. We just need 30 more likes, and we'll give you guys a free code. We're going to give it to one person. Look at Dow Jones. Almost an outside day. They're getting closer to come out here. And you can see Dow Jones in this morning. Gap it up. Sell it down. The higher the time frame you trade, the higher your win rate? No. Win rate, it's not what you think it is. So this is what liars or people who want to deceive you about certain things would like you to believe. They would like you to believe that there's a magical strategy that wins 90% of the time. And you're never wrong, and it never stops you out before it goes, right? It's like, what are the two main things every trader struggles with? It's like, I got in, it stopped me out, and then it went without me. That's a major one, right? Number two would be, I made a little bit of money, and then I lost everything. So those two things apply to pretty much every strategy, because bars like this exist. Outside bars exist. So I'm going to get to your answer of your question, but I just want to share something with you here. When outside bar happens, this is simultaneously a trend up, and then it's a rejection of trend. When it reclaims the previous bar's highs, it's a rejection. And then it's a reversal at this low, the previous bar low. And then it's a continuation below that, 74822. If it's below that, this is continuing. So it is trend, rejection, reversal, and continuation in one bar. And most strategies don't understand that that's true. This is one of the things price does. There's 3 things that happen. This is number 3, and that's why it has a 3 here. So if you don't know that this happens, you would have no reason or no idea why we should short the open right at the open on SPY. You'd have no reason to short the open without understanding that. Since we understood it, we said SPY, below yesterday's lows, it's going here. And now you can see it's really falling apart. Like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, 30 still good? Uh-oh, full time frame continuity still true? Uh-oh. Look at this. 1, 2, 2. Boom. Right back to low a day, taking out all these guys' stops in here with algorithmic selling in our favor. Now, to your point though, is the higher time frame a higher win rate? No, because win rate is dependent. It's dependent on how you time your entry, and it's also 50-50 for everything. Because what I want you to think is either you're in a winning position or you're not. Because that's the truth. It's like you're in a winner or you're not. Now, depending on how you're entering, when you're entering, where on the chart you're entering, what time of day you're entering, it could change the win rate. Like you might win 50% here or 70% here or 20% here. But you're either in a winning trade or you're not. Because this happens. You can have a huge winner, and then the second it starts coming back into the previous range, whammo, biggest loser of your whole life. So you want to not hold losers, and you want to hold winners as long as you possibly can. That being said, to increase your win rate, guess what? We already showed you how. You want to do what the whole market's doing. So when we go and SPY and Qs, and it doesn't get more cut and dry than this. So it's like, you can see I have the 1s and 3s on my chart because those are the two most important bars that we're going to talk about ever. When SPY goes inside and Qs goes inside, guess what? They're all consolidating. Then on the 60-minute or the new 30-minute open, second 30 of the 60, when that breaks down on SPY and Qs, the algorithms were told, sell, hit the bid, do it on SPY, do it on QQQ, which means what? Sell, hit the bid, do it across the whole market. That condition became true below 749.11 on SPY. It became true below 724.51 on Qs. So if that condition's true on SPY and Qs, that's a winning position. We want to be there. What if it's not true? What if we are above this open on the 30 and above this open on the 30? It would have been a rejection as a potential outside bar 3, which would have been a huge loser unless we got out of it. So we want to get into conditions that are known to be true, such as algorithmic trading in your favor. The month, week, day, 60 are all red. Such as the whole market going signal, inside bar signal in the same direction at the same time. And if it works, we want to stick around because that means we were correct. And if it doesn't, we want to get the heck out of there. So to increase our winners, it's not the win rate. Although when you do this, your win rate's going to be well over 50%. It could easily be 70, 80, 90%, especially when the market's volatile. And once you get good at this. But you want to increase the distance your winners go. That's what you want to do. And the question is, how do you do that? Well, if the whole market reverses, it's likely to go further. So when SPY and Qs reversed this morning on the dailies, it's likely to go further. It's the biggest down day we've had in weeks, right? Literally like 6 weeks, biggest down day we've had. When the whole market goes inside 60 down IWM, inside 60 up VIX products, inside down across telecommunications, across all the energy sector, across jets, when all those signals kick in and indexes are full time frame continuity, full gas pedal to the downside, it's likely your trade's going to go further because they're selling literally everything. That's just true. So if you can time a signal when the whole market does the same thing into a condition where it's likely to go a lot further, that's the recipe for what a winning position is like. And I can prove it to you because if we pull this up and we look at the biggest moves this year, they were all simultaneous breaks where the whole market or a whole sector did the same thing. So if we go in here, it might take a second to load in just because it's a little bit slow. So we'll see. But maybe I'll just pull up here. But SPY and Qs, more lows. Look at SPY. Like we said, if you're going to short SPY, you'd want it to slightly go up and then 2-2, boom. So there's your fiver there. And ideally it's ads because you had 3-2 short here. We had the sell right at the morning open here. And then you had the 1-3-2 short here for the 3-2 Randy Jackson style. Then the 225 are here. So it's like 1, 2, 3 ways in here because you know it's going down. But if we go in here, hack, look at this. Do you see this inside bar on the week hack? That's something you'd want to know about. Why? Do you see Pan W go inside bar here? That's something you'd want to know about. Why? Do you see crowd go inside bar here on the week? That's something you'd want to know about. Why? Do you see D-Dog? It actually already reversed on the week. Do you see FTNT inside bar here on the week? That might be something you want to know about. Why? Because the whole hack cybersecurity ETF is about to break a trend in the same direction, which means that whole ETF is about to experience algorithmic buying, likely algorithmic buying in the same direction. So when it happened, if we go in here, did that make a huge winning position? True, because it had to. How do you get the whole sector to go up? Well, the whole sector's got to go up. So that's what you're looking for. It's been solved. That's what you're looking for. CQ's another low day. And you can see how those algorithms are just picked up beautifully by this indicator. Isn't it awesome? Now, this doesn't guarantee it has to close out at the lows, but it does show you when those algorithms are kicking on, which is really cool. So if we go in here, oh, did I not post it this morning? I guess I didn't. When it's going down, you don't say get, you say puke. Spy puke. I'm happy you're killing it, Ricky. How much are your puts up? Alex told me to trade simultaneous breaks. All right, got it. Boom. Oh, isn't that great? Look at Ricky. Boom, 160%er. He did 400% yesterday. He just did it again today. All right, we just hit 100 likes, so we will give out 1 free month of premium, and you can join us during the day. So I'm trying to see something. I don't know how, Sarah, how do you want to do it? I'll let you do it, as long as you're sticking around, Sarah. Yeah, 2 going 3 month. Yeah. Magnitude is always 3s. So yes, you're correct. We'd say CLSK 2 going 3 month, and wow, they're getting killed in here. So momentum shooter 60, that kicked in as a signal in force. It's a 2 going 3 month. The magnitude 12. True. Now, you have all month, right? 25 days for that to try and happen. Obviously, they went 2, 2, 2. So the reversal actually happened up in here. First day of June, they sold. Then they came back to sell more. Then they came back to sell more. Then they came back to sell more. It's like sell. And you can see this also had the 30 just like indexes. Down, triangle layout, right back in. Do I see everything recovering soon? Right now, so staples, they're still buying some staples. Do you see that? Go to utilities. They're firm, but they did sell off some of those utilities, so we'll see. The thing is VIX. Remember when we pointed out how VIX could blow up through all these pivots? Target. Right? All this stuff. This is why. Now, what's happening is we're blowing out everyone. Anyone that was betting on VIX going down, they're getting blown out. Now, on the SPY, same thing. They're blowing out everyone. So when we look at this, like I said before, I don't know how much further it will go today. All I know is that it is going down because it's unlikely to go outside month today, 7/15/19. So it's going down, right? Your next target is here, 74.48, and then you have no nearby targets. The next big target would be way down in here. It's like I don't know if SPY has got it in it to drop 2% more today. Maybe it does. The VIX is jammed. Like if it was going to drop really hard, the VIX would look like this halfway through the day, and SPY would look like this halfway through the day, right? If they're going to drop another 3%, halfway through the day, that's what it would look like. So could still be further issues. But I don't know. This is why it's easier. Get short in the morning. It works. All right. Now you can risk their money. Trade the inside 30, risk their money. Leave a runner, risk their money. Come back in the afternoon. Come back an hour before the close. See if it's down even further. Do whatever you want. The whole goal of the strat, put you in a winning position, and then you can decide what you want to do. It's like, I want to hold it. I want to cover it. I'm going to leg into a spread. Maybe you got the SPX put this morning. Drop 74 points, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna leg into a spread. So I'm gonna sell puts down at 74.10, and then I'm just gonna go golf because you lock in a huge gain. It's all right. Do that. It depends on the type of trader you are and the type of person you are, what you're trying to catch. Notable call prints coming in on SPY. Yeah. So just remember, right? Algorithms are going to be told what to do. So it's like sell. Then they did some covering here until the second 30 of the 60. Then they went to sell more inside 30 down. Sell. If they're going to flip, what would we want to see? We'd either want to see a 2-2 reversal. We'd want to see an inside bar back up. So if we go in here, if we're going to see price reverse, it's going to look like one of these. It's going to look like 2-2 reversal. It's going to look like that. Or it would look like 2-1-2 reversal. Or maybe it goes 3, right? But less common. So we'd like either of these, inside bar or 2-2 reversals, if the market's going to firm up. Are we anywhere near any of those? Nope. So at this point, still 2-2-2. Look at VIX. Nice inside 60 got there, VIX. I bet those VIX calls went nuts too. Up 8% in 1 hour. How did we know? It's like, right? How did we know? We said, look at VIX and UVXY and Dow and IWM. They all have the inside 60. What might happen on the flip? We told you the future. But do I see everything recovering soon? It depends. Like, you need a reversal. Is there any reversal? No. Then no. Like if I'm looking at chips, like if MU's going outside weak, that's another 12%. I don't know if people are going to like that. If that happens, I don't think they're going to like it. If we look at MU, so in about 16 minutes, we get a new 60. If they were going to go and peak this thing, do you see all these targets in here? Just like VIX, right? What speeds price up? Targets, target 1, target 2, target 3, target 4. Why? Stop loss 1, stop loss 2, stop loss 3. They're all taken out at the same time, right? So you look at MU, it's like, where's everyone stops? Well, here, 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 here. It's like, what if that kicks in? Is the market going to like the biggest leader in the market coming back off the highs? I don't think so. What about SNDK? Maybe. I don't know. It depends. What I would say is we did blow out all the signals. So if we're going to have any signals, and I'm so frustrated, Dev. That's Sarah. What is the dev site for TheStrat? So SPY goes inside 15 at the lows. You can see 1, 1, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So equilibrium at the lows forming. Maybe it could become a 2 down, but it goes inside. Inside bar. Stucky. Can we get a 2? PLTR, yep, that's not a buy. Nope. You should have got out the second that was not working. Because look at this. If you know outside bars exist, what's the best looking chart in the world? It looks like this. Best looking chart ever, right? What's the worst looking chart in the world? This. So if you know that's true, you want to be long this and you want to be out whenever it looks like this, right? And that's a pretty tight tolerance. So when you go to Palantir, oops. When you go to Palantir, the second that thing's red, probably not very good, right? First day of the month, they're like, woo, let's buy it. Best looking chart ever. 2-2. Uh-oh, get me out. 2-2. Gone. Get me out. And this is why you have to understand broadening formations exist. It's not just, is it a reversal? It's does it stay there? Is it a reversal month up there? Yeah. It was actually a continuation month. It was still following through, still going up. Then it goes reversal. Now everyone's got to start getting out. Back to the other side of the range. Triangle they out, gone. So they sell, triangle they out. Those shorts are gone. Everyone's long. Boom. They come back and sell again. Dow Jones outside day. Boom. There's your magnitude Dow Jones. Give it to them. And you can see it also had that inside 30 like SPY and Qs right there. Down they go. Look at SPY. 2 down again on the 15. You see how those algorithms, if you just throw this on your chart, you can see it. What's happening? Sell down in here, right? Triangle they out, but then sell back down. Profit taking. Turn them back on. New flip, turn them back on. They're still doing it. So 74.48, that's the next target being taken out on SPY. And then we got no nearby targets. So if they're, if they were going to drop, 30 points in one day, it would look like this first. So I'm not going to say that this has to recover. Not when it looks like this. Those 30s are still good. How much are you up, Ricky? This is called time frame continuity by TFO. Me and him work together to make it look like this. Pukety puke puke puke. Sarah, are you here? Oh, you got it? All right. Let me get logged in. Because I just want to show you what's going on. Please tell me it works. And I think we're in. Yay. All right, so now we got the real time. Look at the sectors. This is what this is what they're doing intraday. Look at this. Boom. So look at you can see they were buying utilities, but then all those uptrends right here, they started getting sold. Everything else is a short. Now staples, real estates, they're still kind of firm, so there's still some rotation going on. But look at this. What are they doing? How much of materials are they selling? 86%. What about discretionary? 62%. What about energies? 92%. Financials? 50%. So healthcare is 56%. The market has to trade in the direction of the most twos. So when you see all of the twos down, it has to be going in that direction. Now they're still buying some staples utes, so that's notable. It has to trade in that direction, right? Just has to. So they're still doing that. Now if we go to what are they not selling, right? When the market's puking out like this, you want to know what they're not selling. So we can look for things going up today, take that list, and we can look for things going up right now and take that list. It should give us the stuff they're not selling. So you can see the VIX is up in there. VIX. We knew about that an hour ago, so we already knew. Cardo. Let's see. It's a 3, so technically not supposed to be on the scan. I'm not sure. This is the developer version of the site, so there might be some issues with it. But let's see. Let's find out. Yang. Direction China Bear ETF. Interesting. Is that still trading? Yeah. Interessante, sí. SQQQ, right? So they're buying the short QQQ. Look at that. Inside 30, boom. Alex, I can't buy shorts. Go buy that then. Allstate. So you can see Allstate today. Are they selling Allstate? Nope. Clorox. They selling that? Nope. What about Colgate? Nope. They're buying that too. So you look at that. Allstate, Clorox, Colgate. That gives you the theme today. It gives you some insurers and gives you the staples. Procter & Gamble, staples. They're buying that too. So like we said before, if it's going to be, and look at that, PG, that 3-2. That was nice. I think I might have mentioned that in the morning. I could be wrong. just like VIX though. So you can see when they buy VIX, what else do they buy? They buy the defensive sectors, PG. So like we were saying before, if it's going to be market crash, you would not see staples going up. Now, is it, crashing out? You could say, yeah, but they're buying staples. So even though everyone's terrified, they're like, get me out of this, get me out. The market's going down, get me out. They're rotating. So it's not a crash. These people are just terrified. They're terrified because the VIX from our signal popped up, and they're terrified from our signals down in the SPY and the Qs and the Dow, all that stuff. They're just terrified. But they're terrified because they don't understand what's going on. It's rotation, profit taking on some of these high flyers, selling in the energy sector, buying some staples and Utes and some healthcares. It's just rotation for now. And if we get in there in the Utes, or not Utes, real estates, let's see. VTR, yep. We mentioned that earlier. VTR is something to know about, is we're coming back through this whole range there. And this kind of brings us towards the end of what I wanted to talk about today. And at the very end, Sarah, I don't know, can you pick the winner? DM to you. Oh, dang it. All right, fair enough. Tesla 400 puts in the money. Let's see it. Tesla puker. Oh, I'm so upset that we didn't play that this morning, guys. I'm happy that we shorted SPY and Qs right off the rip, but oh my goodness, I'm upset. Upset that we didn't get more winners. It'll happen. It does, in fact, happen. Microsoft did make another low day. Affirm, you can see they came through target, or they went inside down here, the short. 20 cents of drawdown, barely, not even. How much drawdown was there? Yeah, 20 cents of drawdown, pretty good. Target 1, target 2, target 3 coming in, target 4. We said affirm, 1 penny below that, 62.83. You're coming in hot. All right, but this is what I wanted to end off with, and we'll announce the winner. I think what we're gonna have to do is anyone that wants to win a free month in Stat Premium, we're live like this every single day, 5 days a week. We're gonna have you throw something in the chat, and then we're gonna pick from that just to make it simple for me. But give me 1 sec. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, and then we'll get going. Strat's the best. Yeah, you can do that now. You don't have to. I just want to get this video going, just because I think it's more personable if we get this going, right? Ugh, SPY's still at the lows, by the way, so they're still selling it for now. All right, we're good. Let me just get this up. Hey, there we go. All right, so this is what I wanted to answer then, is the strat. If I could tell anyone what the strat is in like 10 minutes, and when I say the strat, it's the strategy to end all strategies. If you have a winning strategy, it's the strat. You just don't know it yet. What is it? It is reversals into full time frame continuity. And what we saw today is exactly that type of thing, where we are below the month open, so they're selling this month. We're below the week open, so they're selling this week. We're below the day open, so they're selling today at the open. Anyone that bought yesterday, they're in trouble. That's a good thing. And then anytime the 60 is below its open, it's a short. That's the strat. So if we understand that, and we understand that algorithmic trading exists, what we want to do is we want to take every reversal we possibly can into full time frame continuity, going back through a range, which is another key aspect to this. When we look at SPY, why is SPY dropping so fast? Like, what's the actual reason? Not some made up strategy like, oh, it crossed the 22 EMA, SMA, blah, 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 blah. What's actually happening? Anyone long yesterday's SPY is forced to sell this morning. Like we said, It's like, were you long yesterday, SPY? How are you feeling right now that we're gapping down this morning? We said this pre-market. We're like, what are you going to do at the open? It's like, well, I'm going to sell. It's like, guess what everyone else is going to do? They're going to be doing the same thing. So guess what? We should short, and then they're going to come in behind us, and they're going to sell in our favor, and we're going to make money. And that's exactly what happened. So since that's the case, why did it speed up? Well, not only did we have these losers from yesterday who had to sell at the open, but we're going back through a range, which means anyone that was long against this pivot or long against this or long against this, boom, they get taken out. So if we have full time frame continuity where the month, week, day, and 60 were below all those opens, it shows you algorithmic selling in your favor because every participant, monthly group, weekly group, daily group, 60 group is selling. And when you do that back through a range, you're hitting stops. It's like, if you think of it like a level, it's like you have this algorithmic selling. It's like sell, sell, sell. And then you have a stop order, sell, sell, boom, stop order gets hit. And then if you have another one, it's like, boom, another one. And that's why you're getting this right here. It's like it takes out first Thursday's lows, then it takes that out, then it takes that out, then it's almost taken this out. Anyone with stops against this stuff, they become fuel to speed it up. So when you go back through a range, like what we saw earlier in the year, look at this. When this goes reversal back through this range, what's happening? Stop orders are going off. Stop, 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 stop. Anyone short in here, they go into a losing trade and they got to buy. It goes boom. 5 weeks to get down here, 2 weeks to go back above all-time highs, and then another 5 weeks of rally. It's like, goodness gracious, right? It's crazy. That being said, the strat is then to take reversals into that condition. If you know that's happening, you can just buy, you can buy or you can sell, and you could just do it a million times over because that's what's happening. And we also can't know which one's going to work for sure, which means it's a mystery, but everything's a mystery. Like if you go fishing, you don't know if you're going to catch the biggest fish of your life or if you're going to catch nothing. It's a mystery. Trading's the same way. You can't know it's going to go 10,000% before it does. You can have a good idea, it might, but you can't know for sure. That being said, how do we do it then? Well, we have something we would call the buy and sell list, which, to put it simply, if you wanted to buy stuff like the buy and sell list on the 60-minute, it would be the inside bar VIX. That's a signal. When that breaks, it's now a buy list name for 60 minutes right here on the hour. Inside 60-minute up. And we knew that to be true before this happened. So you know that what I'm saying is true. This same thing applies to the higher time frame. So if we go to AAOI this year, is that the same thing as the VIX on the hour? It's the same thing. So when this was inside year up above 41.96, it's a yearly buy list. So what do we do this year? All year, we take reversals in the direction of that, ideally. How do we know when to do that? Well, we align the time frames. Since we're using a yearly chart, if we're an investor, we could align the quarter, year, month, the week time frames. We could do it like this, and we could just take daily reversals in that direction. So you can see anytime all those time frames are green, it had to be going up, which is all up in here, ripping back to the highs. So we can take 60-minute reversals, we can take daily reversals, weekly reversals, whatever we want to do. Now, for example, we showed you a lot of 3-2s today. This was a 3-2 week at 54.30 as a buy. And I'm not making this up. And I do want to make sure we have SPY over here. SPY still at the lows. All right, good. And I'm not making this up. I will show you what we said to our people at the beginning of this year. So I've said, you've heard of the strat attack, blah, 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 blah. We can identify this yearly AAOI, yearly momentum hammer to the upside, 2 up to start the year. And if we blow this up, right there, 48.89 with a target to 103. So this was something we talked about, and then it happened. Now, that didn't mean you had to buy it in here. You just had to know that it was trying to go up this year. And then you wait for reversals back in that direction. So what does a reversal look like? It would look like a 2-2, right? So this goes 2 down, this goes 2 up. You can buy it above 102. Now it does come back and stop you out. That's okay. Price does that. If you've ever traded, it's like I buy, it stops me out, goes without me. Instead of just like giving up, it should be, I know this year it's a buy. I have 12 months. Buy, didn't work, stops me out. All right, I know this year it's a buy. I still have 12 months. A new signal, buy it again, and then you're good to go, which is exactly what happened. Stops you out, so be it. Once it starts coming back above these lows, you could go after it. But here's your 2-2 week right there. Above 105.57. There's your buy list. Boom, boom. That's a nice trade, right? That's 50% in 2 weeks. And then it does end up going, much further, 121% at the highs. The goal is, can you just make winners? Because if you can make winners, anyone can hold a winning position and walk a stop up. Anyone can like see it spike up into 220 and be like, all right, I'm terrified to hold this. I'm just going to reduce a little bit. Anyone can do that. But can you make winners? That's the main question. And today was a great example of making winners against losers in SPY. Look at this. It's still puking. Still puking. And you'll see this target gets hit here. Intraday, you can see how they're ripping through this level right here, stopping all those guys out, taking them out. Algorithmic selling still true. The flip at 10:30 has been red the whole time. Mind the flip? Absolutely. Now that being said, what other types of lists are there? There's simultaneous breaks. So like we showed you at the SPY and the indexes. When all the indexes do the same thing, we can do that. So like SPY, when that takes out Thursday or Fridays, when it takes out Thursday's lows, right? We can do that with QQQ because we know whoever bought yesterday, they got to sell. And that's exactly what's going on. We can do those inside 30 simultaneous breaks, right? Like this on Dow Jones, with this on SPY right there, with this on QQQ, simultaneous inside bar break. The major thing is doing it through a range with continuity and doing it over and over and over, because not every single one will work. It's never going to happen that way. The only way you can make every single one work is if you stack all the evidence in your favor first, and then you go after it. But even then, it's probably more like 80% at best. At best, it's probably like 80%. But that's still pretty good, right? The beautiful thing is the winners tend to just really go. Like the hack ETF, same thing as Qs, just to the upside. Inside, imagine if this was a 60-minute chart, right? Inside bar, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, starts coming back in. All right, that's where you'd get out half or get out some, all of it, whatever. Right there, all the way up in here. It's the same exact thing. So the strat is taking reversals back through a range with continuity, where you have this green background where everything's agreeing. And if you do that enough times, you're going to get gigantic winners like this. It's just a matter of time. Semis was a great example of this as well. The 2-2 reversal here on the week, all the way back through all this stuff. Like, there's a million different ways to do it, right? We had inside day on Microsoft this morning. That's still puking too. If you're a daily guy and you're just going to hold it all day, affirm. You have the inside day here. That's still puking too. It's like, there's so many different ways to do it. But if you take reversals back through a range with continuity, ideally, then it all lines up and you're good to go. Like, look at Affirm this morning. They have not let up on the selling almost all day. They hit our signal level, break, just straight down all day. And that's what the winners do. Oops. Enter on reversals, add on continuations. Yeah, I guess we can add that in. So if you're going to trade the strat, you got to know what a winner looks like. What does winner look like? Well, first of all, it looks like Affirm, right? Inside signal, back through a range. This is what a fast, quick, instantaneous winner looks like when all time frames are red, like this. That's what it looks like. Everything that looks like that is what a winner looks like, okay? Now, what does it look like for a big winner? It looks like this. So let's say you have a range, right? So you go inside signal. And let's say this happens on the first day of the month. So the month goes green, the week goes green, all of it flips colors. It breaks and it closes above where you bought it. That's it. So when it does that, it doesn't guarantee price will keep going. It increases the odds it will keep going. Because if that buyer comes back to buy more, that buyer has more to buy. They might have 1 billion shares to buy. They might only buy for one more day, right? But if you identify where buyers have a lot to buy, you will get the one eventually where it's like this, because they bought here, then they came back to buy more and they closed higher. Then they came back to buy more and they closed higher. Then they came back to buy more and they closed higher. And it's like hold, add, and then reversal. All right, get out. That's it. Entry, add, get out. So to show you, APTV, look at this. So you can see lower low and then a reversal, 2T reversal back through a range. Look at this range. You see it? All of these guys who have stops against this, against this, against this, against this. They're against this, they're against this, they're against this, they're against this. They're against this and this, right? So when this breaks, it closes higher, good. Do they come back to buy more? Yep, they buy more. You buy more. Close higher, they buy more, they buy more, they buy more, they buy more. They buy more, they buy more, they buy more, they buy more. Reversal, get out. That was it. And you can see the triangles or the broadening formations goes up, triangle they out, stopping out these guys, all the way up again. There it is. And that's it. The winners will keep going. The losers will filter themselves out. So if we go to Microsoft, same deal. It's like, that's why it's on our list today. 2, 2, reversal. See how they stay down here? 2, closes down here. And then inside, 2, closing down here. Which also means when you get one that works, like SPY, it tends to keep working. Like we were saying before, now that it's getting bright red like this, like they sold the first hour, they came back to sell more, close, came back to sell more, close, came back to sell more while we were talking. They're still selling more. It's like, I don't know how much they have to sell. Anyone who's like, I know the exact level where SPY is going to, it's like, they have no idea what they're talking about. Because what if, Iran just like hit the White House or something, or the New York Stock Exchange? It's like, well, it would probably, drop through all this stuff back to like 700, like really fast if that happened. So is your support level down in here going to like stop that? No. So what's actually going to stop it? What's going to stop it is when the algorithms are told to stop selling. And I don't know when they're going to do that. I can tell you when it starts to happen. When that 60 goes green, that's when the algorithms are starting to stop selling. When it reverses, it's no longer going down. And ideally, what we want to see is this 3 next week or later today. We want to start going back through it. So ideally we go bang, bang next week and we go right back up to the highs. If it's going to be a bigger puker, we'd have a 3-2 and we'd stay out of this. But we don't know that. We can't tell you next week. We can tell you this month it's a potential 3. Next week, I can't tell you anything. But, oh, I wanted to show you that. So if we go to hack, and I want to show you this because, let's see. This proves my point of, especially if you're going to be a trader, the only thing you can really identify with trading is it reversing, and then how many time frames are green or red. There's also signals and whatnot, but that's a form of, is it reversing or continuing? So with price, that's really all you can identify. Like right now on the month, what can we identify? It went up, it's red. So it's an uptrend, but the seller's more aggressive, which means this is a higher low, which is why we'd prefer to see it start, coming back up if next week is green. At this point, the week's so red, you're probably not changing that soon. So when we load this in, which it may or may not load, we'll have to see. My stuff's been kind of slow this morning. When we load it in, what you'll notice is on reversals, when you get a whole sector to reverse, the returns on that tend to be 10, 20, 30, 40, 100% on the stock. When you only have a little bit of a sector reverse, the returns could be 100% or higher, right? That could happen. It's just much less likely, just because you have less buying actually going on. So we'll see. But I want to show you guys that. I don't know what's going on with my stuff here this morning. It says it's loading. Let me double check. All right. Oh, there it is. So this is the cybersecurity. So look at this break. This had 5 members reversing on the break. So you had TNB, NET, VRNS, RDW. We had a 3-bar streak of rally. 39% from entry, 35% from entry, 25% from entry. So when you look at this, they all reversed at the same time in the hack ETF, and they all ripped from their entries. And for some reason, it's just so slow this morning. I might have to check my server health. I don't know what's going on. Let's see if we can pull it up again. See if it loads in. If we go to SPY, still selling. 2, 2, 2, 2. 30 minute, still good. 2, 2, 2, 2. Ricky is probably up like 500%. Ricky, are you in there? Show him what you got, Ricky. 232% now. You should be up even more now. Hopping off, gotta get to work. Let's go. Puke SPY, puke. But my moving averages gone. Oh man. Is this loaded in yet? Ah, there it is. So here, look at this. TENB, where did it reverse? Right there. 22.13. Where did it go to? $31. Net, where did that reverse 3 weeks ago? And technically, this is not going to show this week's trading, at least to my understanding, just so you know. Right there, 204, where'd it go to? 280. RDW right there, 28. Where'd it go to? 32. So you can see it's like I can't tell you if net's going to be the one that does it. What I can tell you is they all reverse. The one that doesn't reverse is going to be the biggest winner. And that's all you can know. The rest is a mystery. It's just true. If we go to the hack ETF, here's another one that broke, which it's going to take a while to load, so I'm not even going to do it. But you can see the max from entry was 16%. This was 20%. Now, if we go to the semi-rally, you want to see how the semi-rally did it? This will be the last one I show you. And it might take a minute. Do. Sends me to a Discord, but I don't see your channel. There is the free Discord side of things. I can just invite. I can make a link here. This expires in 7 days, so anyone that's coming in later, you're not going to be able to use this link. But if you want to get into our Discord, we go live once a week, Friday, for free. I'm not sure how much longer we will do that. I want to do it. I want to keep doing it. But it's, only if people want us to. Took Tesla put debit spread. Yeah. Well, it wasn't on our short watch list until last night. That's probably why. Because you can see, I took it for the week. Oh, okay. So you took the weekly signal? Good. Went against me 2 days? Yeah, it's triangled out. So you can see Monday they sell, which is good. It shows you they're selling. And then to make it really go, you got to triangle they out. They sell, they get stopped out, inside signal, boom, we sell. Gone. Where's it going? Weekly magnitude. 393.63. And it went instantaneously from our triggers, which is beautiful. Beautiful from the nightly vid. And then you got that nice 3-2 puker. Sold it to make it free holding the last one. All right. I think you got all day. They've sold for 4 hours straight in the queues. IWM, you can see, guys, what did we tell you 2 hours ago? Let's pull it up. What did we tell you about IWM and VIX? If IWM breaks down and VIX breaks up, it confirms the sell. IWM went inside down, that's a short, boom. VIX breaks up, confirms that, boom. They're just demolishing. Do you see how they're terrified? They're still buying staples, though. They're still buying utilities. So it's technically still not market crash. They're just terrified. Whatever they're terrified of, I don't know. What's the news? What's the news? The news was, we already knew pre-market. We're like, anyone that was long yesterday, they're in trouble. And then the third hour of the day, anyone in the VIX and IWM and Dow Jones, watch this. Boom. Boom. What about the energies? Remember that simultaneous break we told you about? Boom, destroyed. What about the airlines? The inside 60 down, destroyed, right? But they're still buying the Utes and the staples. It's crazy. So it's not market crash still. It might feel like it, but it's not. IBM's, it's down 2%, so it's down a bit, right? SPY, from the open, it's down 1%. So it's like, oh, the world's falling apart. It's like, well, I mean, we're down 1.5%. Is it really that bad? I I think people need to just zoom out a little bit. Like, look at the year. Is it a market crash? Not quite. Now, could it become? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. The bubble. Yeah. Listen to what Alex is saying. Look at this. Ricky, he just hit 400%. This is his second day in a row hitting 400%. He's killing it. Murdered. Now, this is what I would tell you, Ricky, is like, since volatility is really high and it's increasing, it's making it easier. Because when the VIX increases, most strategies, they do worse. Our strategies do better. And you can see the VIX, the triangle up in here, we pointed out on the daily. We said, wow, right? It might be going all the way up there. And look at how far we've come. So, what I want you to understand, though, is the VIX increasing. This is really good for the strat, which means even if you don't get the free one today, you should probably join us because every 60 is like a new trading day. And that's been true all day. Look at that. That is crazy stuff. Now, that being said, yeah, so that being said, we're going to answer this question, and then we'll do the giveaway. So if you want to get in the giveaway, say something in the chat, and I'm just going to like pick a random one. I'll have maybe a ChatGPT do it. I'll copy the whole chat and see which one he picks. But so we had a question. So, and this is a really major question. A lot of people, like MC Wups, I know he's not the biggest fan of the strat. This is mostly why. And it's just true, which makes it difficult to contend with. But it says, so let's say for a bullish signal, and we'll go here. But let's say for a bullish signal, when price breaks above the previous day high to trigger the day, isn't that pretty much the top of a broadening formation? Would you rate for a reversal or TTO to start moving back up? Yes. So any two can become a three. What does that mean? That means, like we were showing before earlier in the stream, any two can become a three, which means any trend can become broadening formation. So that means we can have a signal, right? We have this hammer signal. If it breaks, it looks great. If it comes back in, potential broadening formation, which means things are true or false. It's not maybe it's this, maybe, might, no. It's 322 reversal true, or it's 322 reversal false. So what does that mean? That means the most bullish chart in the world, if we're looking at reversals, might look like this, because this is trying to go up there. It also means, since outside bars exist, this best looking chart ever, the second it goes like this, now potential worst looking chart in the world. It's separated by 1 penny. It's either true or it's false. It's either above the break or it's not. Therefore, when you look at any signal, it's either true or false. Like when this reversal on the 60 happened in SPY, it was true above 754.29. Buy. Then it stayed true because it never came back. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Then get out right there at the close. So when we look at SPY, it's like at the beginning of the week, what would we say? So this was here. Monday. What would we say Monday? SPY continuing to buy with full time from continuity to the upside. 2 to the upside. What would we say Tuesday? SPY still good. Still going to the upside. 2 up on the week. It's trending up. And this would be last week's highs here. And then this is last week's lows here, which are actually last week's lows back here. So, Tuesday looks great, right? Everything looks good. Then, right here, Wednesday, back below last week's highs, potential outside week against. Then here, Thursday, gap down by, still below last week's highs. Then today, Gap down, kicking pattern. Anyone long yesterday has to sell. Outside week to the downside. So if we go to the weekly on SPY, and we compare that with the day, which we got to go like this. This week is an example of everything people hate about trading. But it's also the best thing ever because you can see it when it's happening. Like this morning pre-market. You can see anytime it's below last week's highs, where's it going? 748.21, 1 penny below that. Anytime today it was below that weekly open, where's it going? 748.21, 1 penny below that. Then it kept going. So you can know where it's going, and if it works, it tends to keep going in your favor. And this is important because this shows you every signal can do that. It shows you any two can do that. Like if we go to MU this month, MU, best looking chart in the world. Boom, goes red. Uh-oh. That could be bad. Now it's nowhere near reversing, but uh-oh, right? Well, if we go to SMCI. Oops. Actually, I want to go up in here. So look at ARC. Look at this. So ARC. Watch. Look at 2. So it's a trend, right? Is this the best looking chart in the world? Yes. But it has to stay that way. Second it comes back in. Where's it going? Down there. 1 penny below this. 3492. 1 penny below that. That's where it's going. Boom. Wipes them out. Now we don't know. Because once a 3, always a 3 can't not be. Once it's taken out the lows here, it might do it again. If it goes down here, the second it's back above 3493, 1 penny above it, it might do it again. Boom. Starts ripping back into the range. Where's it going? Up there. And then once it's up there, it must stay up there or else it'll do it again. And it stays up there. See how it never comes back to that level? 59.89. Boom, gone. Gone. But it's still a 3. So do you see how this is still a 3? It hasn't changed. It's just getting bigger. That means this is still broadening range. So watch what happens the next year. By the way. SPY, Qs, Dow Jones, IWM, seller exhaustion. We said we were going to blow them all out. We might see a V-shaped recovery. Now is the time to start thinking that might happen. We do have 4 hours down, so it's not reversal yet. But if these were to flip green, that's when that seller's gone. The last guy sold down here at 742.27. When it flips green, that seller might be gone. So if you're going to try and flip it long or if you want to do anything crazy like that, you might want to know. And like we said before, if the market's going to firm up today, if it's going to firm up, we need this 2-2 reversal or an inside bar, right? So when we look at the indexes, what is it doing right now? Right? If we just compare, what is this on SPY? 2 down, forming a signal, right? So when we look in here, if you look at Dow Jones, doesn't that look a lot like what this looks like before it reverses? Yes, exactly. So what if all of them reverse at the same time? What have we been saying all day? When the whole market does something, you want to pay attention. So what if every single index goes 2-2 reversal? You'd want to know about that. What if every index just flips green at the same time? You would want to know about that, especially if semis and tech does it. Especially if the VIX starts coming back in. You would want to know about that, especially if they start selling off staples and utilities to go buy the tech and semis and buy the dip. You'd want to know about that. So pay attention to that. But that being said, look at ARC, right? This is still a 3. Watch. It goes up. Best looking chart in the world. Then it stays up. Still the best looking. Oh, where's it going? All the way back to 33.77. 1 penny below this. So at 32.20, that's where it's going. Anytime it's below 133.82, it's going down there. Best looking chart in the world. Anytime it's below that, it's the worst looking chart in the world. And you'll see, watch this. Consolidation, down. Breaks up, triangle layout, back down, boom. The sellers all hit it in here. The next year opens, they're still selling. All the way back down here. And this is what price does. 3 bars on a yearly basis, and you just out-traded Cathie Woods. Supposedly a great investor. We were laughing the whole time we saw that happening. We're like, Cathie has no idea what she's doing. Destroyed. Then everyone stopped out. Cathie's the worst investor in the world, blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, this is time to buy it. Right when the year opens, they completely change what those algorithms are doing on the year. And then if you just zoom to now, That was the bottom right there. Slight lower lows after the higher highs. That is how it works. Therefore, when we go to SPY, we showed you how a 3 can happen more than once, right? Once we have this 3 on the week, next week, either side of this gets your attention. Because we might do it again. And what are we going to do again? We might take out the lows of the range and the highs and do it again. Because this is not the first time it happened. It happened in here. If we go in here on the 60, it was really tight. They went slightly lower lows. Then they went to higher highs in here. Then they went to the highs. Then they went all the way back to the lows in here. And now that the weekly range is bigger, it looks like this. They might do that again. So if it reverses at the bottom of the range, they might do that again. That's where you get V-shaped recoveries from, because everyone's short, everyone gets blown out of their long positions, and then price reverses and they all have to get back in. So that's what we want to find out. In an hour or in 30 minutes, so in 3 minutes, you might have a 30 reversal. However, it's conflicted with the 60. The 60 is the major time frame signal. So we want the 60-minute to reverse, and we want to see a simultaneous 2-2 reversal across all of these indexes. And if we can do that and get the sectors involved too, then we can start saying V-shaped recovery potentially could occur. And that's something we're going to be watching as we come into the new 30s and the last 60s that we're really going to sit here for. Because if we sit here, we got you short at the open, which is beautiful. And then we'd have you longing or flipping long on those 60s. Ideally, if they all simultaneously break. Now, that doesn't guarantee a market recovery, but for 60 minutes, it could at least show us that they're trying to. So that's what we're going to be doing. And now that we've gotten through this, we'll do the free month. So everyone that's dropped their stuff in the chat, this is great. Would we buy Dow Jones? Dow Jones is not the best. So I'm going to take, by the way, I'm going to take everyone that's been saying stuff just recently here. All right. So this is your last chance. If you want to get a free month in stat, drop it in the chat. I'll give you another minute or so, okay? And then we'll do it. Literally anything in the chat. I'm just going to copy the whole thing from recent history, and then we're going to pick one person. Maybe we'll pick a few people, actually. I grew up in Wisconsin. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to start copying now. If you don't get in, you don't get in. That's okay. But I'm scrolling up and I'm copying down. So if you already said stuff, you don't have to spam. You're good. And all right. Uh-oh. All right. So we did have a question. The question was, but Alex, SPY is a full time of freaking continuity down. Nope. When the 60 flips, nope. If the 60 is green, it's only the month, week, and day. But what's true? The month is an uptrend. It's an uptrend still. And this is the thing that people don't like. It's still an uptrend. It's a 2 up. It's the worst looking chart in the world, but it's still an uptrend. So what? This is a higher low in an uptrend on the month with a hammer 60 to time it. Wow, right? And then where's this 60 happening? At the bottom of a 3 on the week, the bottom of the broadening formation. If broadening formations exist, the worst looking chart might turn into the best looking chart in one bar. We just went through all that for 5-10 minutes, right? So if this goes reversal, worst looking chart ever at the lows might turn into the best looking chart trying to firm back up for next week. So Yes. Is it full time frame continuity down right now? True. Does continuity change? Is it subject to change every 60 minutes, where every 60 minutes is a new day? True. Both things can be true at the same time, which is why the big puke in the morning is 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's still true. Still a big puke. Everyone's short. Everyone's stopped out. If it reverses, everyone's short and it reversed. That's bullish because that could be a crowded short position. And that's why broadening formations happen. You have to think, why does price do this? Why? I buy it. It goes a little bit. It stops me out. You know that happens. Why does it do that? Because you buy it, everyone else starts buying, everyone else is buying, everyone else is buying, and then, oh, the last guy that wanted to buy it, they're in. And then, boom, reversal. Now there's people selling. And then you're forced to take profit. And then there's more people selling and more people take profit. And then all of a sudden it hits this. And since you, or maybe the old you, bought here and put your stop down here and had a 1 to 10 RR and you didn't understand you should move your stops towards price, you have your stop here with everyone else that doesn't know what they're doing. So when it takes that out, it goes boom, whammo, stops everyone out, blown out. Everyone that was long, gone. They're gone. Then, now everyone's short. Once it starts coming back in, now the shorts have to start covering. Boom, all the shorts get blown out. And now the real move. Everyone gets blown out, and then it goes. Everyone that wanted to buy it, they're trapped on the wrong side. Everyone that wanted to get short, they got stopped out. Everyone was wrong. That's what the broadening formation is. So either that happens or it doesn't. If we're 2, 2, 2, 2, either it goes reversal and we start doing that, or it doesn't. I don't know if it's gonna do it or not. What I do know is 80% of trading's algorithmic. So if we see the whole market reverse, right? If we see everything reverse at the same time, all of this stuff, you have better odds that you're gonna make a winning trade if that happens. It still hasn't happened yet. We still have 30 minutes until the new hour's open. So I have no idea. No idea. Either it's gonna continue and you get to stay short, or it reverses and you take your shorts and you flip them long and see if you can make money the other way. But 2s can become 3s. Once a 3, always a 3. Can't not be. Even, this might be the worst looking chart in the world. If you get a signal to change that, it could. Now, your giveaway winner is Jonah I can't even say it. Free. Sounds wonderful. Loving the strat so far. You know I'm a big fan of you. I know. I love picking on you, MC Wups. So is Jonah here still? If Jonah's not here, we're going to have to pick someone else. I'll give him a couple minutes. Just drop it in the chat. The best way to do it would be if you could just send me a DM on Twitter. Then I can get back to you. You're here? All right. Do you have a Twitter or no? Because that's going to be... Let me see. I don't want to tell you to put your email in the chat. Unless you're willing to do that. Uh-oh. Give me a sec here. Oh, you know what, Jonah? I have a way easier way to do this. Crazy, crazy. If you are in the, I'll DM you. All right, perfect. All right, give me 1 sec. This is Jonah. All right, perfect. Gotcha. So if you have Discord, I'm just gonna send you a link, Jonah, and then you are invited. If you're already in the Discord, perfect. Just tell me your Discord. Good stuff. You're in the free Discord too? All right, just yes, send me a DM and tell me your Discord name, and then we'll get you set up. If you look at SPY for now, you can see the 30s still inside, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, hammer showing some seller exhaustion, and then it comes back in. So inside 30 at the lows SPY. 60s still 2s down, which means the daily kicking pattern still true. So for now, still no reversals. 30s still good, 60s still good. Any summer sale? We haven't done one yet. I'm thinking we probably will. The only thing is I'm having trouble getting into our website here. I might have to reset my password. Let's see. Oh. All right. Yeah. Well, if you guys are interested, I'll just make a code. Maybe it expires in like a couple hours. And anyone that's interested in joining us, I'll give you a discount because we haven't ran any promotions in a while. But you might have to give me a second to do that. I haven't logged into this stuff in a minute, so let's see. All right, beautiful. Making trades as you present. No, so the thing with the strat is you don't actually have to do that much once you have a winner. Like, for example, let's say you're with us this morning and you're like, Microsoft, inside down, boom, short, and then it hits target. It's like, all right, bump your stop to your entry price, go golfing, right? So in the morning, we do spend time the first couple hours of the day. We're like, do this, do this, do this, position here, position here. You know, we're trying to figure out what they're doing. So like later today, since we've identified healthcare's a buy, if the market's still going up, we should see some corrective activity and they'll probably send these back to the highs. Now, if they're not anymore, you might have another inside 30 to sell on SPY right here because the 3 is a 3, right? So 3s either get bigger or they go back through. There's only 2 options. So we might get an inside 30 SPY, or you could look at this inside 15. Maybe that sends them at least into low a day. Then Qs, you'd have an inside 15 as well. IWM has an inside 15, so you have some signals setting up. But we can see stuff like financials, they're recovering. So you really only have to do stuff, and I only have to do stuff when things are reversing. Because if you long SPY in the morning yesterday, it's like hold, get out. So for 5 hours, we get to just, do whatever we want. You can add to it, just hold it, whatever. And then at the end of the day, it's like get out or flip it short. And then all morning, get short, reduce it. All right, hold the rest. Let it go. So during the day, we do a lot of positioning. And then if I'm already in winners, I'll help you get in winners if you're not already in them. And then you get to just hold them if they keep going. And that's the beauty in it. Oh my gosh. People are so funny. You're in. All right. So for the code, we normally don't do discounts, mostly just because I genuinely don't think you need it. Like, if you want to invest in trading and you don't have enough money to spend 1 month with us, I'd rather you go and work a job and save some money, just because you probably don't have enough to trade either. You do need like at least, I would say, a couple thousand. Now you can get away with like $1,000, but it makes it a lot trickier. So that being said, I will make a discount code. But it's going to be first come, first serve. So I'll post it on the stream first. Whoever wants to use it can use it. And I'll throw it in the Discord as well. All right. 3 minutes, and you'll have these 15ers setting up on the indexes. All right. I should have set that up right, so hopefully it works out. You have trouble getting into the stat website? Yeah, well, here's the code. It's in the chat. So if you guys want it, it's 40% off on the monthly membership specifically. It's only limited to 10 spots. It'll save you thousands in losses. Yeah. And that's very, very key. We're going to be talking a lot about how to not lose a ton of money when you're learning. So if you're someone that's learning the strat, ideally someone who's brand new, those are the people we want, because we can probably help you the most. Someone that has a lot of emotional baggage, so it's harder to help you, but we will still help you as well. So we'll work with both. But we like the newbies. They're a lot more fun. It's very funny to have brand new people make winners. But wow, 131. Thank you guys for tuning in today. And sorry, I didn't know I had the ads automator on. So if there's been ads running, that was not me. I didn't mean to do that. I was rushing this morning to get streaming. Code's not working for some reason. Uh-oh. Well, if it's not working, I'll make a new one. I'll try it again. Let me make sure. Sign up. Okay. Limits per coupon 10, per user 1. Restriction. So you have to use it for the stat monthly membership. I can confirm it on my end and try. If we already had 10 people use it, that would be one reason it wouldn't work, but that was pretty fast. I don't think so. If we look at utilities, utilities still going to high of day, while SPY's at the lows here, with Q's at the lows. Got a lot of inside 15s down. 312 down IWM. SPY still inside at the lows. Qs is just at the lows. So IWM breaks, but that's it. Yeah, weird. I can check. Sorry about that. I don't know why. Maybe I did it wrong. There's always a possibility of that. SPY is closer to that 15 or down with IWM, breaking the 312 down. Dow Jones 322 to the downside on the 15ers. So they're still selling them off. Now Dow is already an outside day, which puts you at broadening formation risk at low day here. But you got simultaneous 15ers inside down, making these threes bigger. Wow, the website's slow. Is it slow on your guys' end? Maybe we just have a lot of people logging into it. Code's not working, not working. Those ads have been harsh today. Sorry about that, guys. My bad. I promise I literally jumped on. Yeah, it's automatically turned on. I'll leave it on for the replay, but I'm going to turn that off for now. Sorry about that. I know, especially during the day, that can be really annoying because things are quick. Well, if we go to IWM, 60 is still good. Notice they have not reversed. 286 down to 283 now. It's pretty good for the 0DTE guys. Yeah, that's for premium. For some reason, I don't know if it's my computer or if it's the website is just really slowing down. It could just be because we have a lot of people hitting it at the same time. I mean, on my phone, it's really freaking fast. So I think it's on me. Yeah, let's see. Oh, it's so fast on my phone. It's got to be something with my Chrome. Oh, wait, no. Huh. What the hey? It's because everyone's clicking the same thing? Sorry, guys. Maybe we got to upgrade our website hosting. That's so weird. I've never had to do that before. Oh, wow. It just opened the checkout. Oh, my goodness. Only one subscription product can be purchased at a time. Okay. Wow. Man, guys, I don't know why it's so slow. I'd have to reach out to our people. Our website people. Oh, there it is. Man, it's really slow. The code will work for standard. Yeah, I'm just trying it on my end to see. You know what? Since it's slow, instead of making everyone rush into here, I'll give you guys some time. I'll add it. I'll reduce that usage limit. I'll put it somewhere. Yeah, 40 people. So first 40, first come, first serve. And you know, it might be kind of slow right now. Once we hop off stream, it'll probably speed back up again. But it does work. So it is 40% off. It will look like this. So it's stratalerts.ai. You can see the code does work here. $60 off the 150. I genuinely think if you just sit with us and you wait for the word simultaneous break, You can make all of that $90 back in one trade, and you'll learn so much more about price than you've probably ever learned if you've never been in our group before. And a lot of people, yeah, and a lot of it worked for me. All right, awesome. Yeah, so I increased that code, so feel free, guys. But that is going to be about it for today. Yeah, everyone's trying to be the first 10. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And if you didn't get in and you want to get in, I still think like it's $60. I genuinely think if you're going to be trading and you're going to take it seriously, at the end of the day, that $60 is going to turn into like thousands and thousands if you're willing to learn. So thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate everyone tuning in today. And if you're not interested in the community at all, we are live every Friday, and you can get what we talk about pre-market and whatnot as well. So that's it from me. I hope you guys have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys soon. Peace.